first
Alpha JJ.
this first round of qualifiers for PWL Season 2. Saw us going into this, just the entire event from today and tomorrow. Who do you think is gonna make it all the way for all four? We've obviously seen what Brett thinks with his power ranking. What about you?
um, I think Brett's team is actually going to be really strong in this series or this tournament in general. And I'm gonna have to pick them as one of my top ones. And depending on if the EU team lets, late time affect their play, I'm gonna have to give the other side to Lionheart. But if not, and if the EU team comes out strong, I'm gonna have to take them, which are Outlaws. And for Saturday, I know Supremacy is gonna be on Saturday, so definitely, I think they're one of the teams that are pretty much going to be guaranteed a spot. They're just a really solid team. And then after that, I would have to say I don't even know. It's going to be really, really interesting to find out, though.
Yep. And going into this, a lot of teams made huge roster switches or didn't make any roster switches at all. They ran with their normal thing. What do you think was the most surprising? Like people either keeping the same or people picking up out of nowhere?
I would have to say Otaku's comeback was the most surprising to me. I really didn't expect that at all. Like they're getting the old band back together. They were a really solid team back in the Overguard. They were only rivaled in the OGCC by Invigorate, or at the time was called Five Mics. And besides that, I would have to say Resilience Remastered. They seem to have like a completely new roster, completely new players, and they have Xenomorph, which was probably, as of now in the game, with Shadow not being here, probably one of the best Tracer players. They picked up Rezi, who is a great DPS flex player. They moved Commander onto support, and they're just looking extremely insane with the addition of High on Milo.
Yep. And honestly, even if these teams don't make into the PWL, the AWL this season is going to be looking extremely difficult to even
See,
compete in.
that's true. But this is what I always think. The AWL was always difficult to compete in because there's still really good teams down there. But with how many people have been coming back to the scene and all these new teams getting formed and things like that, that's what's going to make it even better because there's going to be even more teams down there in the AWL fighting and playing. And honestly, anybody in the AWL has the talent to be in the PWL.
Yeah, we saw
Just
that
have
with
to put in the work.
with Discrepancy. They came up short in the qualifiers season 1. They had a few huge pickups and then a few huge roster switches, and they finished third in the overall tournament. I would have to say they were probably the biggest underdogs in the entire league going into that. And
I would have to agree.
but however, they did lose their star player, Tarny. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do to fill in that gap.
I believe they'll fill it in. I believe that they just need to work on some some team comp things because obviously Tony's was really, really good for that team, but I feel like now that he's not there, if they play more around, ulting combos and positioning type of things, they'll be fine. They'll be 100% fine because I remember Trisoft, who when Tawny wasn't able to go off, Trisoft was going off. If they play around him, they'll be fine.
Yep, and I have actually gotten confirmation that apparently Alpha JJ was getting a few problems with his console, and he's restarted his PS4, so he should be joining in. They've used up the 5 minutes to get in the lobby, so now we're going into the personal timer. The longer he takes, obviously this will affect their in-game, especially against a team like Lionheart, where they're a bit notorious now for DCs. But
Yeah, that would be really bad. But it looks like Alpha J is getting back in here.
yeah.
But I do believe that we have the in-game timer set to 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. But he's in here now. But just
Well,
for
they
the
have
future
five.
reference, correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe it was 5 minutes to get in the lobby. Then they have their 5 minute timer, like personal timer, and then they have the 5 minute pause in game. I believe so. It was essentially like 10 minutes to get in. But I
Well,
believe
let's get into the game, man.
Pardon?
I said let's get into the game. I'll definitely check that out for other teams that are wondering.
Yep. And coming into this Hollywood, this map was, I would have to say, surprisingly not seen as much as it was in season one. Obviously, I didn't play in the PWL sauce. You were, came in a bit midway, and you really changed up Invig. In the sense they had a really solid Ana player who was super consistent between you and Scorchy whenever it was you two. But coming into
The
this
thing is, me and Aaron are just gods, so I think we just worked really well together.
Well, definitely, without a doubt. But coming into this, Hollywood wasn't picked a lot, surprisingly. It was very ignored by Invig, too. Was there any specific reason why? Maybe from the player mentality?
We just have strategies on other maps that work out better than our strategies on Hollywood. But I do think that they're going to be scrimming Hollywood more, as it seems to be seen a lot more now in the PWL.
Yeah. And going into this Lionheart, I'm gonna have to say that they look the stronger team. What's your prediction the map score going into this as we do start?
I think this is probably gonna go 2-1, and I think it's gonna be a close 2-1. I think Ilios is gonna be Boomerang Nebula's strong suit, but besides that, I think it's 2-1 going in the favor of Lionheart.
Yep, and now they're coming into this pharmacy on both sides. However, Lionheart charging and immediately going for that high ground, forcing the soldier off. And the side of Boomerang Nebula extremely split apart. This dive comp doing exactly what it was supposed to. Gonna be getting that first kill onto HG, but however enjoyable getting that kill onto the Pharah. But both Pharahs are down now, but still, numbers advantage for the side of Lionheart with Alpha J with a huge pulse bomb, getting the Mercy and Soldier, and now finishing off on the Rhine. And they're gonna take first point with 3 minutes remaining.
I have to say I was specking the Diva on that. I was specking Skr, and his harassment of the Pharah didn't allow her to do anything. And I think that was a big part of why Alpha JJ was able to run around on the ground and just basically be the star of the game.
Yep, and they do have res going into this, and only ult up for the side of Boomerang Nebula is going to be that shatter. It's going to be very important for Fern to put himself in a position where he can take advantage of that. But this dive comp doing extremely strong, split up Boomerang Nebula, and they're diving onto the Soldier, and Soldier is receiving no help as they get that kill onto him. As now Mercy getting pressured, and she's going to be picked up. However, they'll Cake dying, but numbers still in the advantage of Lionheart. Self-destruct coming out, not going to be getting anyone, but it does use it to get back into his mech. Alpha JJ, however, they'll continue with the support of Zero on this Winston. And kills going completely one-sided for the side of Lionheart. They have no idea how to deal with this dive comp, and what are your thoughts on this?
Alpha JJ's harassment of the tanks, not even the supports, but the tanks of Boomerang Nebula has just been absolutely insane. He's not getting contested at all, and it doesn't look like the other team has any answer to him.
Yep, and now ult's coming online for his side of Lionheart. They do want to finish this off. Red coming out for Boomerang, but extremely wasted, not getting any value. However, though, something else, Ripsnor used Barrage there and didn't even get any kills. All he did was put damage onto Ryan, wasted kills. But picks now all going in the favor of Lionheart as Alpha and Ripsnor are diving in hard. And they've been kind of steamrolling this now. 5 minutes remaining on this final point.
It really has been insane, and I have to contribute it to the diving of the Diva and Winston. They dive like They dives like 2 different people, but they play as one person.
Yep.
Along with Alpha JJ just harassing the tanks. The tanks are not getting any help.
Yep. And the Sombra coming out from the side of Sombra and Reaper coming out from the side of Boomerang Nebula, just trying to shut down this dive, and Fern going huge, getting all these kills.
Making plays!
But doesn't matter as a huge res came in. However, the kills now still going in the favor of Boomerang Nebula as they have 2 picks already in this fight. A Shatter coming out, gonna get the Mercy and the Diva. Mercy gonna be going down, and now Lionheart's gonna be forced to back off as all the kills have gone in the favor of Boomerang Nebula this fight.
I watched Fern that whole time, and he didn't put his shield up once. He just kept swinging. He just kept swinging.
An amazing Rhine play coming out of him. But this anti-dive coming out from the Sombra and Reaper, how do you feel about this? Right move, wrong move?
When you think about it like this, the Sombra counters Mercy, in my opinion. If she could get a hack on her, that's her entire ult going down, and personally, I think that's why you run Mercy.
Zero with a huge counter charge onto Fern, gonna be taking him out. However, the picks now going in the favor of Lionheart as they have a 4-man advantage this fight. Rez gonna be up for cake, so this is gonna be a very hard defense. Sombra in the backline going for that Mercy, but not gonna get anyone. However, the Roadhog actually going down for Lionheart. A Skirt not gonna be up, but a Rez does come in from Cake holding this. Now 3 minutes remaining, they're about to go in a final point. Rez gonna be coming out from Lightwolf, but kills all going in the favor of Lionheart. However, though, the Reaper gonna be getting a kill onto 0, but that's not gonna be enough as it is still, I believe, a 4-man advantage, right? 4 to 3-man advantage, but the Sombra kill coming in, trying to even that out. However, the reinforcements have actually come in for Lionheart. Sombra getting the EMP, but there's no follow through whatsoever as Fern actually does go down. Grabtron coming out, only getting 3 in it, but again, Jill wasted ult. They're just wasting time at this point. But the whole hog coming out, going to be ending this as nobody's even going to be able to touch it.
2 things I noticed there. One, the Sombra definitely paid dividends in a sense where the Sombra was putting in the work she needed to put in, and if she would have had help from her team, that could have been a completely different game. The other thing I noticed was Skirt on the Roadhog probably got a team kill at the end over there. Like, he was hitting everybody. He was in the kill feed every time I looked. They needed to deal with him if they wanted to stall that point out.
Yep. And who do you think needs to go off right now from the side of Boomerang Nebula?
Mr. Bose is getting outplayed on the Tracer hard, but again, Alpha JJ as of late has been playing lights out. Probably one of the top 5 player on DPS that I've seen lately. He's stepped it up from how he's used to be, and I guess he's found his comfort zone with this team, and it showed. He's playing like a young Aaron does.
But coming into this double hit scan, a very immobile comp coming out from Lionheart. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. But
it might be to deal with the Sombra. Like I said, Sombra did play a massive part of. I think she got 3 ults in a matter of maybe 2 minutes, and hit scans are the way to really take her out, especially McCree.
Yep. And how do you feel about the performance, not from Alpha JJ but Ripsnort? Because we keep talking about Alpha JJ, but should they realize that and try to shut him down, then Ripsnort's gonna be forced to pop off, and he's had a quiet game so far.
He did have a quiet game, but that could just be contributed to the diving of Skirt and Zero Fallen. Like I said, their entire combo was working very well together.
Yep, and they're and they're going to be running this dive comp against the Zenyatta. Should they spot him out, it could be extremely dangerous. And that huge Winston dive, getting everybody low, but there's no follow through for Fern as they all survive. And while he did dive, all the kills went for Lionheart as Skirt just went into the backline and went to work. Just completely shut it down. I'm completely shocked by that because I don't know if you were spectating Fern.
Scare with the late pick.
A huge pick on a Mercy, but when Fern jumped in, he jumped on the Zenyatta, McCree, Soldier, and Mercy, and he got them all extremely low. I'm extremely surprised they lost that.
I believe that they would benefit more from a Genji to dive in with the Winston as opposed to the Tracer.
Yup, and
I think that Genji and Winston's combination of dives work really well together as opposed to Tracers and Winstons.
Yep, but they did start out this fight with a huge kill on the Skirt. That's exactly what you need as he shuts down the dive from Boomerang. But however, Fern and Creepy getting kills on their own. Cake gonna be popping res to hold this point. Light Wolf gonna be doing the same. But right now, kills going in the favor of Boomerang Nebula in this as they do have a very small advantage. But Shatter going to be coming out, going to be taking out this Lucio. Alpha JJ with this Hack Visor, but Ripsnore going off, immediately taking out Boz, Fern, and Enjoyable. Alpha JJ getting that kill onto Light Wolf as they do hold on to the point with Skirt finally killing HG Motivation.
Rip's not going up top for his High Noon. I know personally that High Noon from up top on Hollywood is devastating to a team. Oh, but he missed the jump, so it's gonna have to wait again. But Rip's not playing out of his mind on that push.
Yeah, a huge 3-man coming out of them. But they keep attacking from the same way and they keep getting shut down. At what point do you just stop before you waste all your time?
Personally, I think they need to get off this Pharah. It's not really getting much done. They need to go with a Reinhardt to deal with the and as I say that, Pharah picks the McCree.
Yup, and now 2-for-1 pick advantage for Boomerang. But however, a res coming out, gonna completely reset that. High Noon coming out, not gonna be finding anyone, but does actually zone everybody out and forces them away. But Killed still going for the favor of Lionheart as they are completely holding this thanks to Alpha JJ with the Tack Visor.
I'm definitely shocked that they haven't played Reinhardt because Fern looked his strongest on his Reinhardt, even though they did get steamrolled. That was like the highlight of their defense, was Fern just swinging and getting like a 7-man. With double hit scan in his end, I don't really know if Pharah is the right choice. Like I said, I do think that he was shining on the Sombra, maybe he could play that. Or even a Soldier of their own. It's just looking very, very dim right now for the side of Boomerang Nebula.
Well, coming into this final fight, 6 seconds remaining. Graviton coming out, gonna be getting the entire team actually, and except the Hog, which is completely behind them. But it's working out as that huge Graviton has resulted to nearly every kill on their roster except the Rhine, Hog, and McCree. Last 3 alive, they only have to kill those. Spawn advantage for them, and Light Wolf does have res, so this is very winnable for them. However, the beat dropped to solidify on that offense, and they're finally going to take this with no time remaining. This is going to be extremely dangerous for them.
But it seems like they're contesting this. That might have been a bad beat drop if this keeps going.
Yep, and Skirt does have all they need to do is contest it long enough for him to get back, but nobody else is there to really make it in as Alpha JJ goes down as well. And now going into this,
I have to say that push was all HG motivation to win that. Ball getting a nice 2-man pick at it to stagger out those deaths, but the push to cap that point was all HG motivation. He lit up the kill feed with about 4 picks.
Yup, not only that, but that huge Graviton getting in 5, including the Mercy. Only one surviving was Skirt on the Hog from that Graviton. And now, going into this is where I would say running the double hit scan actually might pay off the most. Should Alpha JJ and Ripsnort take high ground with the hit scan, it could be extremely deadly. But enjoyable on this Pharaoh. Obviously, you want him to switch, but I will understand.
He has to play to keep them off high ground, or else it's not going to work on the Pharaoh.
Not only that, but he has to almost be like the Light Wolf's little protection that Skirt has actually been running like a little bit of a hard blue hog as he keeps flanking. Fern getting that nice pick on the Ripsnort for this next fight. That's going to be a pretty huge pick. However, he gets taken down. Another Graviton coming out is going to be getting both tanks, but the follow through isn't there as Alpha JJ gets a 3-man. However, though, the res is going to be completely nullifying that barrage coming out, but only going to be getting the Mercy a pretty decent pick. But however, kills right now going for both ways. However, though, now advantage going in the favor of Boomerang Nebula as they do have a man advantage, and now only the Ryan is left as it's a complete team wipe.
So Lionheart definitely staggered his death a lot later than he should have. There was already like 4 people down with him and only the soldier up, and the soldier was getting dodged at that point. He should have just kept swinging and tried to build ult.
Yep, but coming into this, Earth Shatter actually still not going to be that far away regardless. High Noon's going to be coming out from Ripsnort, but gets actually the shutdown on the Fern with the help of the soldier. Boss getting immediately taken down, and now 20 seconds remaining, 2 picks. I don't understand why they're pushing out. I would say back up, regroup, but you possibly have only a little bit of one more fight, but right now they're dropping
into this fight.
Yep, they are, and it might not pay off as the ults are wasted. However, though, Rez isn't even going to be up for Light Wolf. He's going to have to build that up. He's going to have it up. And Enjoyable now back on the Sombra like you wanted him to for this final fight. But Alpha JJ going down, Boz and Fern getting taken out. But the Rez coming out, not going to be getting Fern.
Graviton pulse bomb. If they hit this, they win.
But Boz kills himself, that's not what you want. But kills are now still going in the favor of Lionheart, but another huge res coming out from Cake as they completely reset this fight. And now the huge numbers advantage for the side of Lionheart as they're getting all the kills in this.
If they would have got that Mercy, they could have kept it going. I would say that was probably their biggest mistake on that final push, but up until then, it just didn't seem like they were getting enough out of the characters they were on to justify being on them.
I couldn't agree more. But a huge res from Cake, it must be the one at the end that won him the game. No, it's actually not.
5-man res.
But
see, I'm thinking maybe if they would have ran D.Va there to deal with double hit scan, might have been a little better, might have made playing the pharmacy a lot easier. But with how, like I said, look at that. Alpha JJ, 61% of team kills. With Alpha JJ playing as hot as he is, I just don't justify a fair Mercy pick right there.
I couldn't agree more. But honestly, I do understand it a little bit with the Hog flanking. Because the Pharaoh was there, the Mercy was actually a little bit more well protected than they would have been. Because I'm not sure if you saw it, but Skirt on that Hog started flanking a lot. I'm not sure if you noticed him that started doing stuff that you would only see from Hard Blue.
Well, he was definitely a presence on the Hog. I think that maybe a soldier better than a Pharaoh for that point, because his damage output, especially if you are hitting your headshots on a Hog, you really melt the Hog and you build your ult up super quick. But besides that, I really don't know what else they could have done. Like I said, maybe a D.Va, maybe a soldier. It just seemed that on the characters on the opposing sides, they were just playing that much better. They were playing that next level that you need to make it to the next round in the qualifiers.
Yep. And now just waiting on the final map. Well, not final, but the second map of this series for Boomerang Nebula. Our map pool being right now Ilios, or I believe it was Dorado. So now see from what you did see, Sauce, which map would you think they would go to going into this?
Well, like I said, I think that they need to shine on Ilios because it doesn't look like their payload game is as strong as Lionheart's, but I do think they have the ability to slay with Lionheart as long as HC motivation is being played around because he seemed to be the highlight for them on that offense. He was getting a lot of picks. He was always high charge on Zarya, and he had multiple gravitons. And if they could play around him, keep him alive, do the damage he needs to do, they could win that out.
I couldn't agree more. But going into this next map, which I believe I've just been given. Let me check. Dorado. A very interesting choice, and I couldn't agree with you more. The payload looking very weak. But I do understand why they wouldn't want to also go on Ilios. Their dive, I would say, not as strong as Lionheart, and King of the Hill being one of those maps that could be very decisive because of dive. I could see completely why they did want to go on it.
Sort of, but the thing is, if they're running Farrah Mercy like they are, she shines on Ilios, in my opinion, with a lot of environmental kill ability and potential, and just the way of the land. Like, she could just hide, poke from buildings, on side of buildings, not get hit by hit scans. I just think that Ilios would have been way better for the comp that it seems that they like to be running.
Yup, and going into this Dorado map, gonna be very interesting to see how they do deal specifically on the side of Lionheart. I would have to say Ripsnor on this map. This map I would say is a lot more open. That Ripsnor going on to the Farah that I actually did think he was going to go on. I would say that this is actually one of the payload maps that sort of strengths Pharmacy compared to the other two. Where Pharmacy I would say is a little bit more limited.
Thank you.
Ripsnor's gonna have to be the star player here, not shutting down Alpha JJ in any way, but just with how strong this map is for Farah, it's going to be very interesting on how enjoyable either matches up to him or tries to shut him down on that Farah.
I would say the beginning of this map is definitely really well suited for Farrah Mercy, but after that, it's like if those hit scans, if Alpha JJ gets high ground to contest the Farrah, then I would say it's pretty much even. Like, it depends on who plays better at that point.
Yup. And now going into this, the Hog coming out of HG motivation, like you said, the star player Watts, gonna have to be hitting these big hooks to sort of help his team out. But now going into this, a huge hook onto the D.Va, pulls her off from high ground, but the follow through from his team isn't there as she does escape. But now holding this very standard position, you're getting poke damage in. It's going to be very important that they all drop down right now, but they're actually going around and going to be moving around, getting in position. But a Boop getting on the zero, pushing him right into Lionheart, getting extremely low, but barely survives. Now, going into this at the choke, a lot of spam damage is going to be coming out from Lionheart. But Alpha JJ actually goes down a huge hook on the HG motivation, exactly what he needs to do if his team has any chance of winning this. And D.Va getting demeched, however, though Ripsnor getting the better of him in the Farrah v Farrah battle. And now going into this, all the kills actually going in for the favor of Boomerang Nebula. But however, Arez coming out, going to be resetting the fight a little bit. But kills actually still going both ways. But now Lionheart kills going in their favor as they do solidify. Alpha JJ going to be popping tactical visor, and I'm not sure if that was a good idea with how many picks they did have in that fight. Felt like it was kind of a wasted ult.
Well, I think because HG motivation was really going off there for a little bit. You know, he got the first pick on Alpha, which is a huge pick that Alpha wanted to solidify that team fight with that tech visor. And knowing that his team's also going to be up soon anyway, it doesn't seem like that much of a big loss.
Yup. And now Barrage is gonna be up for both sides. It's gonna be this is gonna have to be a playmaking ult, as both sides are gonna have to hit the bigger Barrage. However, one difference is that Tactical Visor is still up for the side of Boomerang Nebula. It's gonna be very interesting to see what does happen into this. And now the side of Boomerang Nebula actually split a little bit. There's the tanks at the front, the Soldier and the Pharah on high ground. They're very split right now. Ripsnore actually sneaking around with the Pharah, but they're going to be looking for that Barrage. And Pulse, a Diva Bomb coming out, getting 2 kills. Enjoyable popping a Barrage, but only gets 1 kill. Rez going to be coming out, and HG actually getting a kill on Zero before that fight even started. But Alpha JJ having another Tactical Visor up, but he built that amazingly fast.
I told you, gotta listen to me, man, you gotta listen.
But Alpha JJ actually already back at 33%, 1/3 is already back for him. Just doing so much work for Lionheart right now, as there is no answer on Boomerang Nebula on how to contain him. The Sombra actually now coming out from Boomerang Nebula, as I guess they've decided to just play on the EMP with how much time they have remaining. And do you feel like this was a good call or a bad call? But a kill on the Fern starting this next fight is going to immediately force Boomerang to back away.
It actually seems that Skr is defense matrixing a lot around Alpha to enable him to do what he has to do, which is really smart tank play coming from Skr on the Diva. And it seems to be all on HG Motivation's shoulder to sort of counter that with hooks, which he has been doing a decent amount, but Alpha's just really hard to maintain.
Yup, and now getting a kill onto that Sombra, this is really gonna disable the offense, as he's not gonna be able to build up that EMP. However, though, Alpha JJ with his 3rd Tactical Visor in a fight in a row, just going to work. However, Boz actually shuts him down this time, and now killed going for both sides. However, a Shatter coming out from Fern as he's just swinging away now, just not putting up that shield, as him, Boz, and Motivation pop off all their ults to finish this off and push in the streak phase.
I'm gonna say that Boz moving on to the Soldier. Great play. Definitely helping out his team. On the side of Lionheart, Skirt's tank play is next level, and it's allowing Alpha to do whatever he wants. The switch onto Sombra, as she gets picked, but the switch onto Sombra I think is going to help, because she could hack Skr and make him less effective, which I think that was their main plan. I think this is going to be really interesting going into the street phase here now to see how their team comps are going to matter.
Yep. But Sombra actually going to be coming back into their team, and Alpha JJ is not going to be there for them. But Fern actually gets down to a Fire Strike, as a huge Shatter going to be coming in, going to be giving them the kills. But however, though, Rez is going to be popping off for Boomerang Nebula, but kills still going in the favor of Lionheart. A Shatter coming out from Fern, but some of his teammates died before that, kind of wasted. And now Alpha JJ going to be on the high ground for the next fight. And Cake actually popping Rez completely unnecessary, I would have to say, as they won that fight without any questions.
I think it was more for just spawn timers. The payload is still pretty close to Boomerang Nebula, so maybe he just wanted to not have to get his team back from spawn. Maybe Alpha JJ died up top, and he wanted to get him on high ground as effectively as possible.
Yep, and now Ripsnore and Alpha JJ on the high ground, and they don't have anybody to dislodge them. This might be extremely dangerous, as the whole hog immediately taking out Fern, and now 45 seconds remaining for this offense. They're gonna have to do something big, and a huge hook coming in from Fern, gonna be onto the Lucio. That is exactly the way to start it out, but that's all that's gonna go for them, as Skr is actually now on the hog. We didn't call that out earlier, but since the Diva going off, it's going to be very interesting, as he does actually have the ability to shut down a lot of plays. whole hog coming out, but gonna be getting shut down by Skirt's hook. And they're gonna be starting this fight out with a kill. And a huge hook on Alpha JJ by HG Motivation. That's exactly what they needed from this man, as he has 3 kills this fight alone. However, the res is going to be coming out, going to be forced. However, another hook on the Alpha JJ immediately shut down. And now, all the kills actually going for Boomerang Nebula, as that res was completely useless. Rip North still on this high ground, but is not able to find anything, and it's going to be forced to wait for reinforcements if they're going to
HG Motivation is playing the shutdown game on Alpha JJ now, realizing that without him, Rip North definitely needs to step up.
Yep.
That or Skirtzer needs to counter hook, but something needs to happen because HG Motivation is getting hook after hook, and he seems to be targeting Alpha a lot with them.
Yep, and just Sauce, am I lagging a bit? Like, am I cutting out?
No, you're good.
Alright, just making sure. But going into the final phase now, both the portals are up for Boomerang Nebula. They could very possibly end this.
Another hook.
On the Skirtzer as
hooky when you mess with him.
But Ripsnort now going for the high. Gonna be getting a 2-man with high power. The rest comes out. AG Motivation gonna be immediately stopped, and Ripsnort completely outplaying Boss in that. And Ripsnort now exactly doing what you wanted to him, and completely stepped up. He's hitting shot after shot on this high ground. And they're gonna have to be backing away 30 seconds, but no, Fern actually pushes up. They're still pushing up. This is gonna be a final fight as they do decide to engage, but Fern immediately going down. That's not exactly what they want, as they're gonna be Rhineless into this next fight.
There goes the Sombra ult.
Yep. Boz now.
Unfortunately, Sombra ults do not cancel out tactical visors.
Yep. And now, going into this, only the Lucio and Soldier are the last 2 alive. Reinforcements are coming in from this Nebula, but it might be a little bit too late as all the kills are going in their favor. And a hook on the Skirtzer on the Princess. However, Sombra actually pushing the point a little bit from behind, just staggering this out, but there's some sort of big ult or something to help them out, as they're only stalling at the Sombra to end this offense. And are you sure I'm not lagging at all?
Nah, you're lagging a little bit now.
Yeah.
From what I have to see from there, I think the switch onto Soldier was definitely a huge improvement by Boomerang Nebula. I think that he worked really well with HG Motivation when they did get to go off. They went off together and they pushed the payload. I think they switched on it a little too late, so they didn't have the time needed to cap out the point. But I do think that moving forward, if they run these type of comps, they might even be able to hold, because Dorado is a hard map to cap on.
Yep. And now going into this, HG, like you said, is the player playing out of mind along with Boz. The 2 players sort of pushing this, holding the side of a Boomerang Nebula in this series, but they didn't finish this map, Dorado, and I would say that Dorado is normally one of those maps that either you get held off like a meter away, or you finish the map. So them getting stuck in the midway of the 3rd point is extremely dangerous now.
I wonder how well this pharmacy is gonna work, knowing that I guess they're maybe expecting that Mr. Bose doesn't play Soldier. Also on the side of Boomerang Nebula, it seems to be running triple tank, but with no Ana. So I know they're going to be getting a lot more reses, but I want to see how effective their healing is going to be on their tanks.
Yep. And going into this, Alpha JJ being a little bit quieter this map because of HG on that hog. But now they're moving HG Motivation onto the Rhine. A very questionable call with how well he was doing on the hog. How do you feel about this?
Maybe Fern is just gonna play a better Zarya. That's the only thing that I see that could change it. Maybe HG Motivation just isn't as comfortable on the Zarya as Fern is, or maybe he's more comfortable on the Lionheart as opposed to Fern. Because HG did look pretty strong on Zarya when he did play it on Hollywood, but I guess what is it?
Yep, but Lionheart getting a meat is super. But they get a huge pick on the HG motivation, and however though Boz getting that kill on the Riptorn, they'll be taking out their DPS, and that's a perfect counter. But now Fern going down on that Zarya, not getting the value that it should have with the loss of the Rhine. D.Va getting D-Max, Mercy going down, and they shattered coming out from the Lionheart just to hold this up, as it's a clean team wipe for them.
Tactical visor ready for deployment.
HG motivation just needs to get out there, and you realize they're taking your shoulder charge out of the... Hitting the fire strike too, that is... Oh my god, Rip just got badly beat right there. Got hit with a fire strike in midair, and then I think, Mr. was like 2 taps him after that. That was pretty insane.
Yep. And Skirt actually going down enjoyable on this D.Va, and D.Va might be a good call. Skirt actually not, we aren't talking about him that much, but he's actually been hitting quite a bit of hooks and been putting a lot of pressure. The D.Va pick I feel like is definitely a good call to shut him down. And Alpha JJ, the defense matrix has so much eating potential, but as I say that, D.Va does get D-Mac going into this, and Tactical Visor immediately coming out from Alpha JJ trying to take that opportunity. But Tactical Visor also coming in from Boz, and Tactical Visor actually getting nothing for both sides. Both sides are wasting it. However, though, Fern actually going to be taken out from the whole hog with the help of Zero. Shatter coming out from the side of Boomerang Nebula, but there's no follow through. HG going down as he will not be rezzed, and Enjoyable going to be taken out before he can even get back in the mech. It is all Lionheart right now, as all the kills are going in their favor, except Rip Snort now dying to a Boz, which is also going to be taken out by Skirt on this hog.
I can't even pick a certain player that's really going up on Lionheart because they're all playing extremely well. I think the switch to motivation onto the Lionheart was a huge mistake. I think if they just kept their older comp, they would have done completely fine, but right now it just looks like they don't know how to play together.
Yep. And a Shatter coming out from behind, going to be taking out 4. AG motivation extremely low, going to be taking out himself. D.Va Mech not going to be getting anyone, but it might not matter as all the kills are still going in the favor of Lionheart. Mercy going down. Alpha JJ actually popping the visor, not getting anything out of it, but probably just
that
more to secure the
point. Clouds hammer down right there, the flanking hammer down.
And a huge hammer down indeed, taking out everybody from the side of Boomerang Nebula except the D.Va and Mercy. And
pushing up extremely far Lionheart. They're trying to get this win right here, right now. It's spawn here.
And the Junkrat now coming in from Enjoyable. Very questionable, I would say. Maybe a tilt factor kicking in, but it's gonna be very interesting to see as they are just a few meters away from ending this. 20 meters remaining, even less now. 10 meters. They're finally gonna come and contest this. 3 people caught in the Graviton, but Soundbarrier is going to be dropped to protect everyone. And now killed going in the favor of Liner as they do start this out with Skirt getting that kill onto HG, who's now back on the hog. So there's no Rhine for the side of Boomerang. They do go into this, but a res coming out from Cake is going to be rezzing everyone as Fernet gets immediately taken down. And now it's going to be extremely dangerous. However, though, HG motivation getting that big hook on the Ripsnore, but there's only so much that one man can do for his team. A res is going to be coming out from Lightwolf, going to be completely restarting this fight. However, though, it doesn't matter. All the kills are still going in the favor of Boomerang Nebula. Zero is completely uncontested.
He's just playing like Die Clan right now. No shield up, just swinging and swinging and swinging.
And nobody's focusing him.
I have to say, I really don't understand why they would put HG motivation onto the Lionheart. He was shining on literally every other off tank that he was on. I think Mr. Bo's switch to Soldier was good until they switched motivation onto the Lionheart. I think the Bo's and Motivation worked really well together, and they didn't get to shine on defense, and I think that was a huge mistake, and it cost them that match.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. But just Lionheart, we were talking about the tank play, but something I also do want to mention, while I believe that Boz, when he went on the Soldier, was completely, not completely, but was definitely giving Alpha JJ a run for his money, Enjoyable just, I felt like didn't match up their Rip Snort that map, which was, which I felt like was the biggest deciding factor more than anything.
I would have to agree. I think that Alpha JJ was once again just playing out of his mind, along with actually Skirtsker. His tank play was probably the best in the entire game, and it allowed Alpha JJ to do what he did, and it allowed Rip to do what he did because of the defense matrices and the hooks that Skirtsker was hitting.
Alright. Well,
I also have. Go continue.
Well, right now we're just finding out if we're gonna be streaming match 12, I believe. We're not gonna be streaming match 10. If Resilience is ready, just gonna be finding out exactly.
Okay, what are my thoughts mainly on what I would say Boomerang Nebula needs to improve is, like I said, playing around HE Motivation, and Bo is focusing more on his Soldier gameplay, because when he did play Soldier, he shined a lot more than he did on his, I think it was his Tracer, and I think that if they do that, they'll be able to have a solid footing into coming into the league next season, or even in the qualifiers to get into the playoffs for the PWO. But without that, I'm really doubting their direction. They really do need to pick up, I would say, maybe another Rhine if Fern doesn't like to play Rhine, but they can't have Motivation on the Rhine. It just takes his presence off of off-tank, which hurt their team immensely, as it was the biggest steamroll that we've seen in the games.
Yep. And just now getting the results from match 7 that nobody has actually reported in the score. So I did actually ask Calamity match 3rd and Vengeance to actually leave their lobby open just in case if this did happen. So we might be joining them just so we do have content to continue showing to you guys.
That's awesome. When are we gonna find that out?
Alright, and we
are there any
Pardon?
Go. Talk. What are you gonna say?
Alright, we are in the lobby right now. We are on Dorado. And
let's see if I can join you.
Yep, the lobby is open. We actually have a lot of spectators in here.
It is not letting me join you. It says invite to group.
I am ready to roll.
I will send you an invite.
Can you invite me?
Yeah, if you are appearing online.
Nothing's gonna stop.
What are your thoughts on what Boomerang Nebula has to do to improve their game, to take it to that next level where they need to be to get into the PWO?
Honestly, more than anything, I don't want to see them specifically play around their star players. I feel like that team is the sort of team that sort of focuses on everyone, and whenever somebody is popping off, they don't really know how to react to that and sort of support them. So I feel like that hurts them in the long run.
I think I'd have to agree. But like I said, HE Motivation played a really strong game. I don't think that he should feel bad about having played. I just think they need to play a little more around him, because like I said, when Oz and him played together, they got legit team wipes and moved the payload extremely far. I just think they need to focus more on their what comps they want to be running.
Yep, and
But I don't think dive is their thing to be running, honestly.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. But now going into this Calamity versus Vengeance, as we do go into Dorado, obviously we did miss out on the offense for Calamity. But now on this defense, Fortify immediately getting a kill on the Monkey. A good way to start out this fight. And a huge charge actually coming in from Judge, and a huge shatter as Vengeance is looking extremely dominant right now as all the kills are going in their favor. And they're going to be pushing this first point without any resistance as all the kills went in their favor for that fight. And now they're going to be going into this final point, second stage, should they, with 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, an extremely deadly time. And they're going to have to hold it as there's no third point as they got held right before seconds. Going to be very dangerous here. But however, though, an ult advantage now up for the side of Calamity as they do have 4 ults up, nearly 5 with Monkey. Pulse Bomb going to be coming on the Bradshaw. Kale going down, so they have no res. As right now, a 2-1 advantage for Calamity. However, a res coming out from Ghosty on Vengeance now to reset that fight for them. Normally the Tracer player, normally known as a Tracer player, now playing that Mercy for his team. Self-destruct coming out of Proto, the Diva player, but actually does get a kill on the Icy. Kale's going to be forced to pop res as 4 minutes and 20 seconds now remaining on the timer. A huge shatter coming out from Bradshaw as all the kills right now are actually going in the favor of Calamity as they're going to hold this as only the Ryan is the last one left. But now, as they do regroup, 4 minutes now remaining on this time, they cannot lose another fight. But, however, ult advantage still in their favor for this fight. Going to be very interesting to see how they sort of dislodge this for their own advantage. And this pharmacy actually sort of getting shut down, not in the sense that Icy is getting shot out of the sky, out of the sense that because Kale's on them, the tanks are taking so much pressure that when Kale goes back, they might be dead and they might have already lost the fight. But a shatter coming out from Judge, not getting any value, while Bradshaw getting a huge shatter himself. However, kills still going in their favor with that. Res beam coming out, Icy going to be popping the barrage, going to be killing himself as they're going to finish this map with 3 minutes and remaining. Extremely one-sided Dorado.
Finals. 2-1.
And Resilience actually lost Mike Hawk. Just so
Mike Hawk? They lost to Mike Hawk.
Yeah, Chili and Arctic Wolf's new team.
Oh yeah, they're good.
Proto going huge on that defense, getting a 4-man.
He's just that good at the game.
Epic.
Just that good at the game.
Alright, and we are actually going to go into Outlaw versus Mike Hawk, because they are an EU team. We're gonna try to help them out and play their game first. And I will see if Jan is online to get him in here. Let's see.
I'm gonna check to see what's going on behind the scenes with the scheduling and see what teams have advanced to try to get them to your quick mega.
Yep, definitely, and that will be extremely appreciated. As I do get Arctic Wolf in here, and I believe Storm is actually one of their players who's online right now. Oh, so just gonna invite them here.
Yeah, make sure you make the lobby so that they could, so that you can send out the invites and stuff. Okay. Now, the first thing that I think that we like to say is we have a Discord link in the chat. Let's spam that Discord link. And if you're new here, go join that. And in general, chat, type that you love Sauce and he's the best caster in the world. And then we'll get you your nice little community roll off of that. We also have a YouTube. Gonna spam that in chat a little bit too, where me and Primera do a lot of podcasts on there. We have 5 coming up. Well, we have 5 out so far. And the last one was Fulcons and Dynamo, which were the champions of Season 1 of the PWL. You guys should go take a listen to that. They're talking their talk as the #1 teams. They said every other team washed and doo-doo. So, I don't know. Hopefully this qualifiers will bring in some challenges for them.
Yup. And going into this...
we also have a Twitter where that'll notify you when we do go live. They notify you when we make uploads onto YouTube. You guys should go check that out. And we finally got a Facebook. I don't think we have the link to there yet, but if you do join the Discord, we could get you that Facebook link for you for the PWL official site on Facebook, and a website too that holds everything from standings to rosters and things of that nature. That's also going into the Discord.
Well, Jan is actually not replying, so I'm gonna see if Primera might be able to hop in and help me out.
Okay, we are still getting notifications. Apparently it is confirmed that Resilience lost to Mike Hawk. Now, personally, I know that Mike Hawk's team is very good. I've scrimmed against them once, and the only thing I can say about them is that Dragon Envy, their Mercy player, which I don't know if they picked him up officially, but he is a god, and he carries every team that he's ever been on, which, from my knowledge, is only one. But he might have to be up there with Supreme Airens and I for the best players in the game.
Wait, Dragon Envy, the Mercy player?
Oh, yes. that exact one.
Oh.
And if anybody has any disagreements, bro, you could definitely hit up Brett, and he'll tell you you're mistaken.
Well, it's going to be really interesting, and Primero will actually be hopping in since Jan is not replying. Yep, looking for him right now. Oh wait, Jan is actually online, but he's playing another game, so gonna be getting Primera in here.
First Mercy, and as I know, the only Mercy with I think it was a 95% win rate, so he's the GOAT.
We'll talk about Dragon Envy. He doesn't look to be in the lobby.
No Dragon Envy, GG's, bro. GG's Dragon Envy to carry.
Yep, gonna be
very... Spada, the best Mercy in the game.
Yep, and is Sauce, is Primera online for you, on the Overwatch friends list? Because he's not online for me.
Boy, I am already in this party. You are throwing.
No, yeah, in the party, but you're not in the lobby.
Yeah, the lobby. We gotta get you in the lobby.
I'm online. I see you guys. I could just phone up you guys.
Oh yeah, join me then.
Yeah, join him.
Why are you changing?
And when you guys
I can only invite you to group.
Yeah, Maggie, your thing is weird, bro.
Yeah. Well, do you have Arctic Wolf added, or or Tarnies, or Ghost Zero, Chili Sleeves, an actual club?
Are you in their lobby? Can they change their lobby from invite only to open, so I could just join up?
It is open now. Yep, I did actually put on invite only. That's my bad.
No wonder.
I'm spectating now. Alright, I'm in here.
Alright, let me just
I'm gonna
update their
go.
names and we will immediately start.
Alright,
Thank you,
chat, I'm gonna be.
thank you, Sauce, for coming
Yeah,
in and helping out as much as you did.
no problem. I'm gonna be in the chat and I'm gonna be taking care of stuff backstage so that you guys can get the next matches lined up as soon as possible. I love you
Alright,
guys.
thank you so much, Sauce. We love you. You're the best staff member in the league.
Damn, that is also facts. That's also
Damn.
Alright, take it easy, guys.
See you.
Now
I was lying.
zero.
Brett's the best member in the entire staff. Nobody works harder than Brett. Oh, and Tarnies has disconnected again. It is 7 o'clock, so they didn't waste any time like to get people in here. They did get everyone on time. They do have a 5-minute timer to get everyone in here. Gonna be very interesting to see what they do in this. Tarnies is glitched, so, and they actually did try DMing me that before I started the lobby,
Yeah,
so
I'm
was
getting
my
that
bad.
right now too. Well, I think we just gotta take it back then.
Yep. Let's just go back into the lobby, but Mike Hawk winning that game against Resilience, and now kind of a very shocking surprise. How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on it?
1 second. Trying to get an updated bracket so I can actually have all the teams. But I think it just comes to show that even though we have Resilience, which was a really top contender that came out last season of ours, you know, it's pretty much anybody's game. Right now we have a lot of new teams that, you know, consolidated their assets, became a new team. They're flying under a new banner. They picked up some new support tanks or DPS players. So right now it's kind of like a weird position that most teams are in. A lot of them are actually getting really improved. You know, whether it's just dropping somebody, picking somebody up, you know, playing a little bit more calm with the teammates. I mean, I didn't really think that Resilience was gonna go out so early. You know, I kind of thought, looking at the bracket right now, I thought they were gonna probably be in the semis, thinking Resilience Remaster versus Overwatch Outlaws maybe. And for like the upper bracket, I was thinking Endeavor with maybe Vengeance or even C9, you know. So I think right here it's just it's anybody's game, really. So if you guys have a team, you want to come out here, try your luck, it's more power to you guys. You know, it's definitely not locked out for anybody whatsoever.
Yep. It does actually look like there is apparently apparently Tarnies is glitched a bit, so just trying to figure out what happened.
Okay. Well, right now I think this lobby is kind of messed up because of the glitch system. I'm talking to Storm right now. He's on that same team, and I believe they're gonna be making a new lobby for us.
Well,
they cannot join this specific lobby.
Because actually they're EU players, they sadly cannot host. So anybody, so either you or me have to host. I'm sorry about that if Outlaws is in the stream.
No, I understand that. I think we should just make a new lobby then.
Alright.
Whether it's Arctic Wolf or you, just make up a brand new lobby and start inviting the players on. If everybody's online watching us and hearing us, just be ready to accept some invites so we could get into a brand new lobby.
Alright,
while
well,
Mega's doing all of that,
the lobby is actually made, so just join in any second when you can.
Yep, let me just spectate on you. And Chad, let me know your thoughts. We have Endeavor taking over a win from Bofa, I believe. Overbutt Sweats taking a win over Event Horizon. We just saw Vengeance taking a 2-1 over Calamity. I believe C9 took a win over Apollo. I do not know the results of Ragnarok and Rainfall Esports. Lionheart did take a win, and apparently they are already in the semifinals. So good job to Lionheart there. We just saw Resilience losing to Mike Hawk. Mike Hawk's gonna be playing this new Overwatch Outlaws team, which they just beat over Frostbite. So let me know. I believe Brett did a quick power ranking this morning. What are your thoughts on the teams that actually made it through, and were they a couple of teams that you actually thought they were going to be there?
Are you asking me, or are you asking chat? Do you want to make sure?
I mean, I was trying to give you some downtime so you could get this whole lobby in. If okay, I'm telling Storm right now if their guys are ready, and I mean, now if you got some free time, you're welcome to answer the question.
I think everything sort of went down as predicted with Brett. I think the only biggest shocker right now was Mike Hawk actually taking that win onto Resilience, but everything I think did actually go down as expected. Lobby is set and the maps are down. We are gonna get right into this. Let me just make sure.
They're ready?
Yep. Let me just make sure I do have the right rule set on. Yes, I do. And we're gonna get into this right away.
Now entering King's
And now going into this this EU team obviously staying up pretty late, gonna be starting to stay up pretty late, and not only that, but playing on a ping disadvantage, taking that win onto Frostbite. I'm gonna have to say, as this day goes on, it's gonna be extremely difficult for them to continue, especially if they have to go up against Lionheart with how strong they were looking. Going into this though, who are you looking at from the side of Mike Hawk? Who do you think are the key players to watch out from? These two teams sort of brand new to me. The players not that much, but the teams definitely so.
Alright, well then, first things first, for people who may not know these teams, the red team that encompasses Arctic Wolf, Chili Sleeves, and Go Zero, that's gonna be Mike Hawk, right?
Yes, the red team is Mike Hawk.
Okay. And then, so then the blue team is gonna be the Overwatch Outlaws. This is the EU team that everybody, quote unquote, is cheering for in the chat. When I was in there earlier, it has Tarnish, Storm Avatar, Meeper, and Funkda, the Virus, and Vengance.
Funkda, yes.
Well,
he is actually considered the best Pharah in EU. And something that a lot of people don't know about EU teams, but they actually don't like Lucios. They don't like running it. Very interesting with how the players do run it. But now going into this, Tarny's an amazing tracer, sort of the star player on Discrepancy that put him into the PWL. Going to be coming out here. Going to be very interesting to see how they handle Tarny's on this character. And going on to this Chili on this Widow, very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see him try to get something out of this. And now, nothing happening for any side as it's a little bit of a stalemate. Both Ryan starting to swing at each other, but it's actually Good Lad that goes down. However, Kill going to be taken down as well as the Ryan and Zarya. Zarya for the side of EU is down, and well, Outlaw is down, along with the Ryan on the side of Mike. And now going into this, a very long and drawn out fight where nobody's really gaining anything, and well, defense is that they're wasting a lot of time. But now pushing in through Hotel, going to be very interesting. However, the pulse bomb is going to be coming in, going to be getting down the tank. Fandanga getting a huge two-man onto the Mercy and Soldier. However, a three-piece now for the side of Mike Hawk, as they're going to be forced to back up and regroup. And Fandang only one being to waste his ult, and this EU team Outlaw being very aggressive, not giving the NA team to any room to breathe or regroup. Mike Hawk being pressured a lot. Gonna be very interesting. Hammer down coming in from Storm, but not getting anything as a huge hammer comes down from Kill, getting a two-man with his charge. And however, though, the Mercy wasn't picked off, but a pick does go in the favor of, 2 picks now go in the favor of Mike Hawk, 3 picks as both supports are down. Good Lad on the Zarya in the backline, just fully charged. Gonna be forced down by Kale and her on this Mercy. How do you feel about that offense? A very sloppy one, a continuous one, but they did win it in the end. Primera?
Sorry, what was that?
How do you feel about that offense going in? It was a very long and drawn-out offense, a very sloppy offense, but they did actually win it. What are your thoughts on that?
Hey man, sometimes sloppy works. You know, like it may not be as clean, but they took the point. Now all they need to do is pretty much place out street phase pretty quickly. Just on ult alone, it looks like the Outlaw team has some more ults, but they're actually getting kind of womboed right now. So.
Yep, and Carney's for some reason on this high ground behind them, getting absolutely no value. Actually does shoot Chili out of the sky since he was on high ground, but nothing else is going in their favor a little bit. Tarney's still in the background though, absolutely just a nuisance on that. One clips Chili again. Chili just getting spawn camped, being forced to focus him on the backline, but now the entirety of Mike Hawk actually splitting up a bit to sort of combat this threat. Gonna be deciding to focus on the point. Fengda on this Pharah gonna be getting a 2-man, but however a res coming out, gonna be trying to reset this, but a huge graviton coming out from Good Lad. Pulse bomb being thrown but not getting anything out of it, and finally the defense holding out on the street phase, but Arctic Wolf getting a late pick.
Yeah, I kind of wish they would have let that Lucio kind of sleep for a little bit longer. You know, they could definitely stagger out that kill a little bit more, but pretty good fight. I think they could have hold the ult, but knowing Meatward, I know he can get another one pretty quickly, so I don't think that's too big of an issue.
Yep, and as they do get into this final offense, goes 0 now on this retreat to sort of deal with Fengda on this Pharah Mercy combo pharmacy, but Ghost actually going to be taken out going into this. The Bone Spear is down now as Chili does get the better of Fengda, but now as there's no real huge advantage. Meeper going down, but Arctic getting immediately taken down. Chili being also taken out, but a huge res coming out for the side of Mike Hawk going into this. Mercy going down, so Fengda is going to be on that sky by himself should he pop up. And Tarney's on this Tracer's been flanking, he's been doing so much damage in the background as they've had no idea how to combat this. Arctic going to be dropping the beat, so they hold this as all the kills right now going for the side of Mike Hawk, as it's a clean wipe. However, the Mercy not being there, but however, Tarney's wasn't caught in the res, and a huge high noon coming out from the side of Mike Hawk as they do clear into second final stage with 2 minutes and 40 seconds now remaining.
But I don't know though, because Overwatch Outlaws has about four good ults. The other team does not have any, and there's only roughly around 2 more minutes. If they could hold it now using their ults, they could probably push this to overtime.
Yep, but Graviton now coming out, they're going to be wasting 3 ults there for some reason. Very wasteful. Fengda is going to still have his barrage, but this is also something else I noticed about EU when we saw Budget Rogue versus Dawn, where whenever EU teams did gain ults, they would almost throw all the ults at the same time and completely have no ults for this next fight. Now though, Earth Shatter going to be up for this next fight for both sides. Cal only 8% remaining, and Res also going to be up for them. It's going to be very interesting to see. This is going to be a very even fight. I'm going to have to say it's going to be whoever gets the first pick is going to take the advantage in this fight. And now going into this, Carney's extremely low. Does actually finally get healed on, but they're actually backing up as Chili gets a huge kill onto Fengda with that barrage, as they actually have a huge ult advantage. And now Chili going in the backline, getting the Mercy, not getting the Mercy, as the Mercy is going to be able to res. But however, ult advantage still in their favor as they still do have res. A Shatter coming out from the Storm, not getting any value, while Kale gets a huge Shatter. as kills now going for both ways. However, that res finally coming out. Nobody in Mike Hawk getting caught with that Mercy being completely protected. Carney is going to be taken down late, and now going into the final stage. High Noon only ult up right now, going to be extremely deadly, as they are going to be forced to stagger this out. And now they're all coming in. Fangsta going to be losing, and now Ghost on that High Noon, taking out both supports, getting slept, but it might be a little bit too late. Soundbarrier coming down to just hold this final point, as all the kills right now going in their favor. Final 30 seconds remaining. All they have to deal with is Carney's on this Tracer, which gets to shut down. And definitely looking extremely strong, but now 15 seconds, they definitely do want to finish on time, as they do with 13 seconds remaining. How do you feel about that offense going into Primera? Sorry, was looking at Meeper.
I think it pretty much happened the way I was foreseeing them. I was kind of expecting maybe the Outlaws to break out some kind of stall comp just to waste the extra 13 seconds that was on the clock. But I think the offense pretty much played out like pretty well. I mean, sloppy start. They had a really good street phase until they got blocked off quite near the end. And then they managed to, I think it was like on the third push, they took the final ends of that map. So definitely a solid push, you know. It looked closer than it is on the clock. They only have 13 seconds though. Hopefully we could expect something just as nice out of Outlaws on their offensive push.
But we didn't see the Lucio come out at all. Obviously I've been talking to a few NA teams too, and they also feel like Mercy and Ana is extremely powerful as well. Obviously, I personally don't like it because I feel like dive comp really shuts them down, as those healers don't have any real way of surviving other than relying on the tanks. But how did you feel about it?
I think ultimately, as much as people like to go with the meta, it's really up to your individual players and what characters they can really play in a decently competitive standings. You know, some people are not that comfortable playing Mercy, as much as Mercy is the quote-unquote meta hero now. And then just for the fact that Lucio had this nerf, I call it, that he's not really that team-oriented character support that he was pretty much known for. You know, he goes and heals and speed boosts all your characters. Now he's pretty much in a funky fit.
Yep, a lot of people have been complaining as they've been out of the circle by 1 meter or something, and they don't get the value out of it. But now both lines immediately matching up. Outlaws trying to push in, want to take this point as quick as possible, and a good way to start it out is they get a kill on the Arctic. However, Fangsta is actually going to be going down as well. The Ghost on this McCree has been doing work. And Storm on the Rhine being taken out, and Virus on that Mercy also being taken out. And both Zarya's fully charged, but however though, Fangsta helping out Good Lad survive, as he does take out and Pleb into this. And now this is where things start getting dangerous, as that Zarya is definitely going to stay at full charge for this. Good Lad has been near full charge this entire game, and he's been melting people. And going into this, they start out with a pick onto Ghost, another one on the tail. Pleb's going to actually be taking down Tarnies, and Rez is going to be forced. However though, Graviton coming out, but follow through is there. Fangsta is able to apply a lot of pressure with those rockets, and now all the kills going in the favor of Outlaws. A bit of a stagger coming out from Mike Hawk just to hold it out, but it will go their way, as they do take this point now with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, roughly.
I don't know, but man, Good Lad was farming as well. That dude was nearly charged the whole entire time and was murking everybody. He pulled off the clutch Graviton as soon as the opposite Mercy res them, and that's kind of what you need in this in a Mercy fight. Just gotta anticipate it. If you can't kill it, anticipate the res and just, you know, follow up on that.
Yup, and I couldn't agree more. Good Lad just burning bright, like a torch or something. But going into this 3-phase. A ult advantage for the side of Mike Hawk going into the shatter coming out, but the follow through isn't really there as they only get Meeper out of that 3-man shatter. Finally now, as Virus is going to be taken down on the Mercy, Harney's in the backline going to be getting 1 kill, but everybody else on the side of Overwatch Outlaws will die. And now Tarney's in their backline needs to not get picked off, as it's very important for him to escape, and he barely does. Tarney's an amazing tracer, barely escaping with his life. And now going into this, Spankta going to be having that barrage, and it's good lad, not that far away from the Graviton. Going to be very interesting to see what they do with that combo. Graviton coming out, however the follow through isn't really there, as it's actually Spankta with the barrage getting killed. However, Chili with the insta reply getting his own. Virus is going to be popping his own res to restart the fight. And right now, kill's actually going in the favor of Outlaws, as the follow through is there for that huge Graviton. However, they wasted every ult to just win that fight. And now if they could come back and contest it, kill with that Earth Shatter might be huge, as I'm pretty sure they're not expecting it.
I'm not sure. I don't think they're going to have enough time. If they probably had 3 people on the point and then the other 3 push up and just provide them with enough cover fire. The Reinhardt is looking pretty close. He might will come and contest this point. There we go, just contesting.
And the Shatter coming out, immediately going for good lad on that Zarya, which was kind of expected with how much work he was doing. But however, kill's still going in the favor of Outlaws, as they're going to finish this second phase now with 4 minutes remaining on the clock. And this is where things are going to start looking extremely deadly, as there is time on the clock for Mike Hawk, so they will get a second attack. But obviously against a team like Outlaws, I don't think you want to risk it.
Well, I mean, even if they do have another attack, they're just going to have 13 seconds. It's basically a push, maybe a trickle. You're not going to have too much out of it. What they're really trying to hope for is just to stagger out this end phase right now.
Yep. And Tarney's now with this pulse ball not going to be getting anything out of it. You're going to be charging up an actual club. Spankta in this backline getting a 3-man along with the Mercy, so the res isn't going to be up there. Spankta on a 15-player kill streak, as he's been left untouched on the sky, as they're going to finish it with 3 minutes and 54 seconds remaining. An extremely dominant showing coming out from the CU team.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I think their first attack on the point was pretty much equal as opposed to the other team here.
Mike Hawk Outlaws?
Yeah, the Mike Hawk. The Outlaws were pretty much the first attack was pretty much just like Mike Hawk. The only thing, and then even their first, like the first half of the streak phase was about the same too. They kind of had their stumble and then came in, but they really hit the stride when they pretty much did the all Hail Mary, wasted all their ults, and captured the point. And then from there they continued steamrolling. Not too sure what your guys seen were on the screen, but you had Fuckda coming out with some clutch Gravitons, or not Graviton, Fair Alts, the Barrage. And you also had Meeper actually killing the Mercy instead of letting her live and pull off a res when she had available. And that is what really, tipped the scales for Team Outlaws here. You always want to kill the Mercy if you can, because then you avoid her resing, and then if you manage to kill her whole entire team, they're not going to respawn as quickly, so you're pretty much going to cap the point, and as you saw there.
Yep, and the pleb automatically just leaving that spawn door with 80 charges. They just fired everything and gave them full energy. Extremely deadly now. Going into this, as pleb is going to be full charge going into this, but going to be playing actually Hotel, and Spankta on this pharmacy in the backline just firing rockets. However, they do get first pick on the Storm. Kills going both ways, as the Ryan and Lucio is down for the side of Mike Hawk, but a spawn advantage is in their favor. Spankta is going to be going down. There goes their main dealer, and Virus getting hooked. That is not what they want, as they're going to be pushing on now into this final point. as Pleb is just fully charged up on that Zarya. We're talking about good lad. This is where Pleb's gonna get extremely dangerous. Is actually gonna get charged and a huge graviton coming out from good lad. However, that Lionheart shield blocking out the pulse bomb. Fengta getting a 3-man with that barrage, but is gonna get immediately shut down by Chili on this Roadhog. Chili's been playing a lot of characters this series and has been showing his flexibility, but good lad on the Zarya, 90% on this point, and they're gonna lose this. Very close, extremely sad about what happened, but 90%, and now have to hold it for 4 minutes. This is going to be asking for a lot, and a lot of players, the entire team of Mike Hawk is going to be needing to go off to hold this point, I would say.
Well, yeah, but if we compare Outlaw's first attack, and we're gonna give them the same amount for this one, it roughly took them about what, a good minute and a half to take the first point. So that's about, you know, half their time. So as long as they can kind of hold it for the same amount, and then hopefully they should get a mercy res by then, you know, hide safely and then pick them up. You know, there is a chance that they can hold them off. But again, the probability of that happening is going to be very low, especially since they're going to have long respawn times, and if they're not properly able to stagger out the kills, it's just the advantage is going to be for Outlaw here.
Yup, and now a dive comp coming out of them. This might be extremely dangerous. Chili on this Pharah, while he has been getting kills, I feel like he hasn't been doing much as Fengta, and he's gonna be having to do as much as him, if not more, if they have any chance of winning this. Ghost on that hit scan been doing an amazing job so far to help contain Fengta, but is sadly not enough. And now dive coming out. Storm now going to be switching on to the Winston. Going to be very interesting on seeing what they do going into this. Going to be as they do dive for high ground. However, they don't have anybody to take advantage of it, so they're immediately going to jump out. Storm jumping down by himself. Fengta is going to be going down. As right now, the stagger might be coming in. However, though, Beeper getting that late kill, and now Outlaw kind of split up as the Winston getting extremely low, but does barely escape. The Mercy, however, and Pharah going down for the side of Mike Hawk. That's not how you want to start this defense. However, a kill on the Storm going to be coming out, and they're going to need something more to control this. Harney's going to be taken out. That's exactly what they need. And the Zarya now, Pleb being charged up, going to work, melting people. However, Fengta on this Pharah just destroying people with his rockets in the backline, as there's no counter to him or how to contain him. A Graviton going to be coming up, going to be getting Pleb and Arctic Werewolf. Not Arctic Werewolf, Arctic Wolf into it. But however, it doesn't matter as all the kills are going in their favor. Red's gonna be coming out. Graviton is actually ready though for Mike Hawk, as they get 4 people in this and they're just melting everyone. And now, what seemed like something extremely difficult to do is very doable, as Fengta is the only one with an ult up for the side of Outlaws. An ult advantage for the side of Mike Hawk coming into this, but they're going to have to play this extremely smart going into this. But, however, Fengta getting that hooked out of the sky, a huge hook coming out of Kale now on this Hog, not even on Lionheart anymore. They have no shield, nothing to hide. Storm realizing this is going to go back on the line to play the shield battle. But now a minute and 50 seconds remaining going into this. They're going to have to do something big, as they're getting staggered a little bit whenever they don't push in. And trying to fight onto the point, trying to take the fight onto there, but not getting baited in, being very well coordinated. Arctic Wolf going in from the side, booping everyone away. Fengta actually getting that kill on the Chili. That's not a way to start, as Fengta getting another kill onto the Mercy. Good lad getting that kill on the Ghost. Storm getting another kill, as all the kills are going in their favor, as the Mercy did die with res. Hog being the last one alive, going to be taken down, and now it's going to be up to the Tracer to get back to contest it. However, they're going to take this as nobody is able to get there.
It was GG's as soon as the Mercy died with the res. What it was.
Obviously, obviously being the Mercy main, one of the few top 500 Mercy mains to stay during Season 1. Honestly, what could have gone completely different? Because obviously, I could say that he should have hid, but Tarni's being an amazing tracer, I felt like would have found him.
Well, I mean, longer kind of the days that you guys were running like double skirmishers, so you don't have a tracer and a Genji trying to find you. Now you just have Tarni's. But I'm not too sure if you saw on the screen, like they had a lot of the high points, even though the Outlaw team was using dive comp to take the high ground. They weren't really staying up in there. So I thought she could have easily hid, or she could have at least tried to pick up, you know, an incomplete res, you know, at least 2, maybe 3 max, just to kind of like buy out some time for her fellow teammates to come back. And then after that, just speculation. I mean, maybe if she popped the res, you know, maybe they could have taken the point. Maybe they would have, you know, forehold him a little bit more and at least made it a little bit closer for, you know, Team Outlaw to actually take it. As soon as you saw there, as soon as she got picked, everybody pretty much got rolled, and there's really nothing else you can do. You're respawning in, and you're not going to get back there in time, no matter what.
Yep. And now waiting for the side of Mike Hawk to actually give me what map they want, as our map pool now being obviously either a King of the Hill map being Lijiang Tower, or going to a payload map, Route 66. Gonna be very interesting. And that Mercy dying with the res, that was actually not the first time. Per Lickdoom is actually dying a lot with this res, and I'm not sure if they're getting the value out of the Mercy, because not only that, but shortly after, Chili dies on the Pharah as the pharmacy isn't there. I feel like they either need a way to better protect the Mercy, or they need to try running something else.
True. I mean, as we saw there, only really Outlaws actually tried doing a different comp, even though it didn't really quite work out for them. I think it's always good when teams can flex into other comps. I think nowadays everybody's way too rigid with the team comps. Is essentially a pharmacy with a tracer, and then most of the time a Zarya, so they could combo either the barrage or the tracer bomb. Everything else is pretty much cookie cutter. I mean, sometimes you see an Ana, sometimes you see a Zen, maybe you see a Lucio as your support. That things kind of changes, and then your off tank, whether it's going to be a Ryan or maybe a Hog. I mean, very few you're going to see people still running the old trip tank. I think last season in the PWL we had several teams running the trip DPS strat. So, but right now I think in this tournament right now you see a lot more pharmacies, which
yep.
And it's one of those things. Go ahead.
Pardon?
Were you gonna say something?
I was actually gonna give a report that actually Endeavor has been knocked out by Overbuff, as they do proceed. Our second EU team also winning round 1, and now going into this this next stage, King of the Hill, I feel like, was definitely an extremely smart decision based off Mike Hawk, as they are an EU team. They are going to be playing with pain, and not only that, but they're going to be eventually start getting tired, as they are going to be forced to stay up late. And King of the Hill being one of those game modes where it could be extremely long, and nearly a 40-minute game should it be taken all the way, all 5 rounds if required. Was a definite smart move on their part. But now going into this, no Reinhardt up from the side of Mike Hawk. Gonna be very interesting to see this, as they do get the hook on onto the Reinhardt. However, the immediate shutdown and all the kills actually right now going for the favor of Outlaws, as it's a clean wipe for them. extremely strong showing in this. It's gonna be very interesting to see what they do. Now, Mike Hawk getting pushed back. He'll gonna be going back onto the Rhine to help his team out. It's gonna be extremely interesting to see what they do with this. And Mike Hawk being completely pushed back into their spawn as they're not even being allowed to leave it. And kills still going in their favor, but however, finally Mike Hawk getting the 2 kills onto the Rhine and Mercy. Chili getting another 2 kills going off, but however, 1 kill actually coming in the favor of Outlaw, but that's going to be it as they're going to switch it over 49% to 0. And now, going into this, Good Lad on Zari been doing amazing so far. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do with this. However, though, going into this, a whole hog coming out from However, Rez coming out from both sides, completely resetting this fight. Tarney is going to be starting out this fight though with a lot of kills, as Outlaws do look to retake this extremely quickly, just as quick as they did lose it.
Get bodied.
Yep, and just from that showing, what are your thoughts, Primera?
I mean, it's pretty much almost even. I don't really have anything much to say about this. Do you want me to talk about it?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, after. But now Chili on this Genji immediately getting a kill onto that Mercy. A perfect way to start this fight out. Fandango on this Pharah getting extremely low as he is taken down. A huge shatter coming out from Kale on this, as all the kills went in their favor. Tarney's the only one to survive, but gets taken down himself.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Genji pick. Do you know what he was before that?
Yep. I'm not sure either myself, but it doesn't matter as this next fight immediately getting underway. Storm getting extremely low, gonna be taken out. However, though, Tarney's now gonna be getting a kill on the kill, taking out the enemy Reinhardt. But numbers advantage are in their favor. The Mercy gonna be taken out by the Dragon Blade, and this barrage is just getting deflected back. Sorry about that. I was just watching Chili deflect that. And now, final fight for both teams coming into this. No ults up for Outlaws, so a bit of an advantage. Not Outlaws, Mike Hawk. So a bit of an advantage for Outlaws going into this, as they're going to have Shatter and Pulse Bomb. It'll be very interesting to see how Tarney starts this fight up with the ult, as we've seen him and known him to do. However, though, the Ryan Shield getting immediately shut down, looking for the huge shatter. Going to be getting everyone in that Graviton, as all their kills going in their favor. Now, 90%, they're going to be forced to stagger in, as Outlaw is actually pushing up to not even let them contest this. Shatter's still up for Storm along with the Res. Chili sneaking to the backline with this Genji, so they are going to push into overtime, but nothing going in their favor, as all the kills right now going in onto the red team known as Outlaws. Pleb last one on a Diva, just as foreseeing the inevitable, as he does also finish this, and they do take it.
Damn, that was abuse for that Diva.
Score 0-2.
Yep, and going to be very interesting to see what they do with this.
All systems checked out.
Well, I'm not too sure if Genji's gonna be the right pick because the Good Lad's a really competent Zarya right here, and I think he did such a great job on the first map, and I think he's doing quite the work here. I don't know if they're actually they're changing. Okay, so now you got a Soldier and a Genji. I mean, I will kind of prefer maybe a Tracer with a Soldier, but let's see how this is gonna turn out.
Yup, and going into this, as Mycock pushing point, nobody's taking the fight to server room, and Outlaw is taking high ground in this fight. A little bit of a mishap. However, Storm charging, getting immediately shut down as Good Lad's bubble, not going to be able to save him. And Tarny's, however, going to be getting a kill onto Lucio to even it up. And Fandango getting that kill onto the Soldier right now, as they do have the advantage. Tarny's on this Tracer, just going to work along with Fandango and Meeper, as the entire team just gets completely wiped.
I mean, there's not much you could do when you get a fair damage boost if you're eating 2 directs, you're going down.
Yep, and going into this, it's gonna be very interesting to see what does happen.
I don't know. I don't really think I like. Go ahead.
As they're just spawn camping them right now a little bit, as this is why I like seeing teams do, just holding them as this chokeway, as they have no room to work with at all.
I mean, I just don't like this pick. I don't really see the D.Va doing too much against this 100 charge Zarya and a Pharah. I mean, she can't really get out of the spawn here. Maybe I will go with a Roadhog, try to hook someone, get an instant pick so they can move up a little bit. They're just gonna be stuck here.
Yep, and Rez is gonna be coming out, but oh, the kill is going in their favor, as this is a completely one-sided showing right now. I'm sorry.
They're still holding the front. I mean, even with 2 picks on them, you would think that they would want to play a little bit more defensively, but they're still, I mean, they're spawn basically. And now with the B dropping down, they already got to pick off the Reinhardt. It's gonna go up to the Outlaws right here, unless Mike Hawks can do something about this.
Yep, and however, though, Chili with that huge 3-man high noon, going to be exactly what they need to push back and take this point. However, though, it's going to be 99-0, so one more fight and they will lose it, even though they do take it finally. And as this next fight does start, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do. Storm being forced to back off is going to be very interesting to see what does happen. As Mycock actually going to be holding on to this defense as they completely shut this down. The side of Outlaw is going to be regrouping to challenge this fight again. And this EU team coming to NA is going to be outplaying, so I feel like they definitely need to end this as quick as they can, as the stamina factor will start kicking in. But Tarny's getting that kill onto the Mercy is a perfect way to start into this, getting into this. But Sound Barrier going to be coming out, going to be nullifying Fandango's ult. However, Kale does still go down to it. Cal, as right now, kills are going in the favor of Outlaw. However, they'll go getting that kill onto Meeper, but now overtime kicking down as they are going to take the second point, and we do go into Garden.
I don't know, for such a commanding lead in this round, I think they kind of almost blew it there. I think when they had the 2 picks, they should have fall back a little bit, play a little bit more defensively. or at least just continue building on and then come in with a grand push. I think their Mercy Virus had res at that point, and they could have just came in, stormed the point, did as much damage they could do, and just revive on as necessary. It took them almost, what, 75-ish% so they could retake it. They could have easily, their team could have easily held it on. I think that shows, even though you have a commanding lead and Team of the Hill, don't get sloppy, because we've done it a little bit at that point.
Yep. And now going into this final stage, it's going to be really interesting to see what teams do on this. Fandango, obviously a very strong Pharah, along with Chili, but it's actually Outlaws that push in left, even though the Pharah coming out from both sides, and a charge coming out from Cal on the Lionheart, as Storm is getting extremely low, but gets pocketed by this Mercy, and he's gonna escape that right now, as all the kills are actually going into their favor, as Meeper gets a 2-man right there, and Fengta gonna be finishing the point, finishing the fight, going into this, as they're again the first team to take the point.
Yep. Why you don't go there? Get booped, son.
Yep, and Outlaws getting killed, but however Fandango is going to be pushing people off, and right now all the kills actually going in the favor of Mycock a bit, as they have 3 unanswered kills going into this. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do. Chili on this hog, on this Pharah has been doing a lot of work, as there's no answer. Arctic and Ghost popping up in the kill feed. Tarny's jumping off the map so he doesn't get staggered out. It's going to be very interesting.
Damage increase. My ultimate is almost ready.
But
well, now we're gonna have the good old Pharah versus Pharah fights.
It's gonna be very interesting, and Chili is gonna have to consistently win this if there's anything. But now Barrage is up, and they're actually pushing into this bridgeway. Fandango, the only one putting pressure, but however, Tarny's in the back line with this Tracer. Has been going to work, as he gets a 3-piece this fight alone. But however, the rest of the kills actually going in the favor of Outlaws still, as they're going to take this back now, 40% to 30.
Bro, do you want to like watch a movie? You keep calling Fandango or something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give him a nickname. No, that's okay, give him a nickname. Just call him Da or Fang. Fang. Hey yo Fang, hit me with that Barrage, girl.
Alright, well, going into this, again, they're going to be pushing into, the small corridor on the bridge, which I feel like might not be a good idea with how close quarters their comp is based around. But Storm immediately charging as they do get into this. Good Lad still staying at that high charge, as there's nobody who really focuses him. They sort of charge him up and then leave him be. But now going into this, as it's 80%, nearly every ult is actually up for the side of Outlaw. This is going to be a very hard point to push into and take, but this is going to be it. This is going to be their do or die, as there's no retries or anything. They do push into overtime. However, though, Tarny's on with that pulse bomb, going to be taking out the Rhine as he takes down the Chili, and Fang going for the kill on actual Pleb, as they have 3 unanswered kills. Arctic Wolf on this Lucio trying to stagger it out, but he's the only one left alive, as the rest of his team have died. And now Outlaws taking the map 3-0 and taking the series 2-0.
I think that's a good showing by Team Outlaw here.
Play of the match.
Good dome.
Yep, Chili just going off, but sadly wasn't enough.
I think their main issue was that they didn't stick to their pharmacy comp. I think Chili Sleeve went Genji on the second round, and I don't really think that panned out to them that well. I think. See that's the problem. If you run too much pharmacy, you really can't play anything else. You can't really play a Genji or something else because you're used to having Pharah produce so much damage in such a short amount of time, with the advantage of having a Mercy on you 24/7 that allows you to play a bit more sloppy than you really want to in most cases.
Yup, and we're gonna be now streaming match 10, which is actually Brett's team now against Brett's team against the winner of I believe was Vengeance actually. C9
Alright, so since
as
it's Brett's team, I'm gonna call him out a little bit more.
definitely feel like Brett said earlier in Volch's stream, he's a Platinum Lucio who's beating a lot of top 500 teams. So.
Oh no! Oh no!
So he started calling out a lot of teams. So it's going to be good to see somebody call him out for his mistakes.
Definitely. And I think we see them going under the name C9. I think that was their old, what was that? Season 2? Season 3 Overwatch name of theirs? Team name? Definitely way too many new names coming out. We got Resilience Remastered. We got C9 Endeavor. Overbuff Sweats. Vengeance. Calamity is pretty much the last. Calamity and Lionheart and Boomerang Nebula are pretty much the same ones with the same names. All these other teams actually have changed, or they're brand new teams that just was formed.
Yup, and going into this, actually a huge pickup going into this is the key to success. The Mercy player for Armory that did win the season, an extremely strong Mercy player. Gonna be very interesting, and just something, we did actually break 121 live viewers, our record. Thank you so much for everybody who's watching us. Our brand new season, and we're already starting the first stream with over 100 views. Amazing, an amazing performance from you guys for just supporting us. Did want to give a huge shout out, but gonna be actually Fortify. If you can hear me, if you're online and you can see me online, just join the lobby. I will be putting it on open right now, so both teams can get their players in here a little bit easier. And you're gonna be getting Fortify in here now, and he can get his team. And Fortify's game against the side of Calamity was extremely strong, as Proto on that D.Va. D.Va obviously not being a pick that you see a lot, but Proto just being one of those players that's surprisingly making it work, as he's consistently winning games with that pick.
Yeah, I mean, ever since the demise of D.Va Season 3 after she got her nerf, she's just in a very awkward pick. As opposed to her other tank characters, she can only really do one role, and it's like pretty much harass. And unless you are comfortable with D.Va and you played enough of her, it's really difficult to do your job in such a successful manner. Mostly because most teams always run a Zarya, so you got to make sure that you're not in the Zarya's face because she's your direct counter. Most players also run a Roadhog, so you got to make sure you don't get hooked and then pretty much slaughtered because you're in the enemy's team of line. And then a lot of that, you just don't see that many D.Va players. I mean, and why? I mean, who knows? Maybe because she gets countered easily. Maybe because most teams run a Soldier or a Pharah, and I always believe a D.Va should be at least trying to kill the Mercy. You know, like chasing her down, harassing the targets on high ground, and just being a nuisance. Like if you could eat up Pharah's rockets, and hopefully buying your team more time to finish off the ground troops, I think you're doing successful. And pretty much a cleanup crew. People forget that you could just use a rocket boosters and just run over people for some damage. You know, that's always the thing you want to do, and just harass.
Yep, and going into this, Brett obviously rebuilding his team sadly did lose Milo, a huge pickup for them. I felt a huge player for them, but they did pick up actually XL on the Rhine. XL obviously being an amazing Rhine, was considered one of the top Rhines, but sadly was just put on a team that where the support wasn't there to help him out. But now XL being on a team that I would say a little bit up to more of his caliber, how do you feel about this, and what do you expect from him going into this?
Let's see. I don't believe I know too much about him. I know he played Reinhardt a lot. Now you're gonna see him on the Zenyatta, I think I saw. So, like I said, a lot of these teams are brand new, or they've been, you know, consolidating new assets with their teams. And it's just interesting to see how they're gonna really go, because as we know, Sosa Prim can only really play Lucio, so you're not gonna see him flexing on anything besides a Lucio. Volts is gonna play your Pharah. Okay, key to success. The key to success can only really play Mercy. So right there, you're gonna have a super fixed half of a team: Mercy, Pharah, and a Lucio. So it really comes down to Rev, Excel, and Boomy Bomber to be the flex characters, if you will. You know, they're gonna have to roll onto different characters and, you know, try to support the team as best as they can.
Yep. And going into this, Fortify's team, Vengeance, previously known as Death Wish, has been doing amazing recently. They've been a team that I would say popped up out of nowhere, as Fortify was actually on Optimum, but left the team as the team and him had different goals. And Fortify, at least to say, has been better off for it. Has made an extremely strong team. Was one of the toughest teams leaving out of the AWL. The only team I would say probably gave them a real challenge was Discrepancy, which is now in the PWL. But going into this now, Proto on that Diva that we do know him for, gonna be very strong to see what they do, as the triple tank does come out of Vengeance. Gonna be very interesting to see. And as we do get into this, XL on this Rhine, finally on an extremely strong team on C9. Gonna be very interesting to see what they do and how to deal with this. A huge pick on the Ghosty to start up this fight for the side of C9. Judge charging in, gonna be getting Brett. However, XL getting that kill on the Fortify, as it's a perfect trade in their favor. And now XL just swinging around in their backline, as nobody is focusing this man or looking at him, as all the kills have gone in their favor other than Brett on that Lucio just dying, as XL just charging that Diva. No mercy shown from this man. When you add good things to great things, you get greater things, and that couldn't be more said for XL, as the team he's on is just that. But going into this now, Rev coming back as he was actually debating on retiring. Brett's team looking extremely strong. Bolt's getting a kill on the short stuff, a perfect way to start this fight. Going into this, and now the side of Vengeance actually being forced to back up, as Judge also goes down. The aggression from C9 is completely paying off, as all the kills are going in their favor, as they deback Diva, but they actually don't even stagger her, they just straight up wipe her out.
Oh my god, if I'm gonna complain, Baby Diva cannot kill you. If you lose to a Baby Diva, you're bad at this game. Get her naked and leave her alive. Stagger her for as long as you can. If she needs to commit suicide, let her be.
Alright, but I couldn't agree more. However, Reeve actually going to the back line with High Noon, going to be immediately taking out the enemy McCree. And the side of Vengeance actually running away. C9 looking extremely dominant. These pickups that Brett has been extremely deadly. Proto on this Diva top right is getting pressured off, and now going into this, actually we didn't mention this, but they're going in a final stage with 6 minutes. C9 looking extremely tough right now. But however, XL with the huge shatter, getting getting shattered, I'm sorry, by Judge. XL's been doing so much. However though, that he on that Mercy, an amazing Mercy, was not focused down, gets a huge res. However though, getting booped off the map or jumping off is going to be a huge pain. Fortify trying to escape with his life but gets taken down. Proto charging in, going for the Mercy, but now just is completely wasted. Proto getting immediately demaxed and taken out, and now Earth Shatter up for the side of XL. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do, as XL gets another Shatter as he gets the Mercy and the Rhyme. Judge getting extremely low, as this is extremely one-sided, and they look to finish this, but actually no. Keep on that. McCree finally gets a hold as he gets 2-3 picks that fight.
He's balling right now.
Yep.
I was spectating his scrim the other day, and I think his best character is McCree. I don't see him doing as much output as when he was on McCree. I'm actually surprised that they're running him on hard.
Yep. And now going into the Fortify, now going on the Tracer, is going to be forced to do something. However though, XL getting taken out immediately, that's not how you want to start it with your Ryan going down. They're going to be forced to back up. However though, he being also picked off, and Brett going to be dying. Volt's going to be getting picked off a little bit late. And now what seems 5 minutes is now knocked down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds that they do regroup and push into this. But however, going into this ult advantage for the side of a huge boop coming out of Volt, but an ult advantage for the side of Vengeance as they have 5 ults up. Fortify popping his ult, Judge popping his ult as well. However, value isn't there as they only get Volt. Rev immediately getting a 2-man high noon. Rez being forced out of Ghost Heat as sort of helping hold. But now Brett and XL going down. Rez coming out of them from the key to success, as he's actually going to be getting picked off. He's extremely low, but he somehow escapes. And now Rev in the back, way in the back, going to be taking out Fortify on that Tracer who tries to dive, and keep on this McCree going to be shooting bolts out of the air. Has been doing amazing so far, as a huge shatter actually coming out of XL again, as all the kills are going in their favor. When this team starts rolling, it's extremely difficult to push them off. Pulse bomb coming out of Fortify onto Brett, gonna be taking out Volt. Now with that barrage, gonna be looking to put the nail in the coffin, as a shatter does come out of Judge, but nobody's there to contest the point or stop him. But now what seemed 5 minutes was knocked down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You've got to feel pretty good with how much time you killed, but that's still a pretty large time bank going into King's Row.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's no small feat that what is this team? Vengeance. It's no small feat that Vengeance actually stabilized quite well. They didn't really tilt like most teams would after getting rolled for about 6 minutes, and you know, they actually started to give Sea Nein a run for their money there. I think the main core issue is that they gotta kill the Mercy. A lot of the times you saw that Sea Nein was winning the overall fight, getting picks, and then they forced pretty much Vengeance Mercy to pop the res, which then you know, the scales tipped in their favor. They started killing, and then Key will come out and res, and then it will overall restart the whole match, and it will overall have Sea Nein winning the fight. You know, it was just a pretty long tic-tac-toe fight, and we all knew who was going to win it. Whoever's going to kill the first people faster. So either they're going to have to kill that Mercy to pretty much negate her presence in this fight, or they're going to have to learn to stagger a couple kills so she can only really pick up 1 or 2 max.
Yep, and I couldn't agree more. But going into this now, the side of Vengeance are gonna have to do something big. And really, I'm gonna have to call out specifically Fortify. Keith obviously trying his best, was starting to pop off near the end, but Fortify had an extremely quiet game that entire round, and I'm gonna have to see a lot of pressure from him if they have any chance of winning this. But now going into this, the side of Vengeance, now going around the statue, going to be trying to take that fight onto the point. And a charge going to be coming out from Judge, going to be immediately pinning XL. However, XL getting extremely low, and kills actually going for the favor of C9, even though the tanks are low. XL going to be going down, but the rest of the kills actually now going for the favor of C9. Key actually getting a little bit staggered out, but Volt on this fair has just been going to work. As now High Noon gonna be up for the side of C9, but that's about it. As a Shatter from Judge is also gonna be up. Judge on the line, just going to work, outputting so much damage. And now going into this, it's gonna be very interesting to see what happens. XL and Judge immediately charge each other, knocking each other down. However, though, Judge with a huge shatter, but kills actually still going in the favor of Vengeance as it's blue. But however, a big res from Creed restarting the fight. He's going to be going down, but Volt already has done the damage as he's got 3 picks alone that fight.
So what I'm hearing is Volt is carrying.
Yep, Volt. Not honestly, I want to say it's Volt, but while Volt is outputting that damage, I also have to give a shout out to Rev. Rev in the backline has been actually protecting Steve. They've been trying to dive those healers, but Rev's just protection is keeping everyone alive. And now going into the Dragon Blade coming out, XL getting charged and slept. Sound Barrier is going to be coming out to keep him alive, but it might be already a little bit too late as everybody on the side of C9 is getting low. However, XL with a huge shatter. That's exactly what everybody knows him as, that super aggro line. And now going into the just swinging away like a madman as he gets all the kills in the kill feed right now.
My ultimate is charging.
I don't know if you saw this or not, but Red just 1-1 that awesome Genji.
Yep.
Yeah, very solid game work from both teams. Rev pretty much sticking to this high ground, giving his Mercy a hiding spot to go into. I just feel like Vengeance should take some high ground themselves because they're not going to be able to pick off this ultimate 3 now.
Yup. And the High Noon coming up, however, the Diva completely negating any possible damage that can come out. And the tanks right now, 4C9 low. Res coming up, but however, the Lucio and the Ryan were not res in that. Actually, no, so Brett was res. However, the kills still going in their favor. Vengeance starting to get extremely low, but the healing from Ghosty is gonna barely keep them all alive. And all the kills go in their favor as they finally take it with 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Even less right now as they go into Street Phase. And now 3 minutes remaining. Street Phase is going to be extremely difficult. This is where I feel like they're going to get into the final point, but they're not even going to finish this map unless they clean wipe it. They do have a they have a little bit of an ult advantage going into this as they do have 3 ults up, but however, C9 being close to that barrage about to tip the favors back in their scale as Sound Barrier is not that far away either. But self-destruction coming out from Proto, a 3-man as Judge takes out XL, charging him, not giving him the ability to put up that shield. And now the side of C9 being forced to back off, and that's exactly what they needed if they had any hopes of matching or even beating this time bank of C9 on this map. XL getting a kill on the Keith. However, though, Rev also popping High Noon as Judge gets taken down. And now a 2-man advantage for C9 as they do push into this and hold this on the final few meters of a street phase. This is an extremely difficult point to retake once you lose it. It's going to be very interesting to see what Vengeance can do, as there's a huge ult bank for both teams right now, as C9 only missing the high noon right now, and the side of Vengeance only losing a high noon and sound barrier, self-destruct right now. But both, but Boomy in the back line with that whole hog, and XL on the front line as that Lionheart just sandwiching them in as that massive damage comes in. And a huge kills right now coming from them, as they only had to waste 2 ults that fight, and now Nano Boost, Whole Hog, and Earth Shatter along with High Noon is gonna be up for the side of Vengeance. But this is where things start getting super concerning, as I think they're not even gonna take this.
Well, I mean, I think Vengeance only really have is to Nano Blade the Roadhog and have him ult. Or the Reinhardt.
Yep, and Boostio coming out from the side of Vengeance, a huge mishap, not what you want as they do go into this. 2 people down right now for the side of C9. Rez is going to be coming out to bring those 2 alive, but it might be a little bit too late. However, though, Boomy with that huge whole hog just swinging away. Self-destruct going to be coming out, not going to be getting anyone out of it. And right now, reinforcements coming back for the side of C9. He needs to somehow finish this before they all get back. Volts with that barrage is going to be coming back, but the defense matrix eating a lot of that possible damage. Shatter from XL taking out the Ryan and taking out the Lucio as they look to hold this, but actually now kills actually going back in the favor of Vengeance, as they're going to take this they're going to take street phase in overtime.
Man, unless you have a DPS Lucio, you never want to see a Lucio.
Definitely not a wasted ult for the side of Vengeance, but it did actually work out overall, as they were able to win the long fight. But Volt getting that pick on the Proto, who is right next, who is not that far away from his Diva mech, with how quick that ult builds. But that's a pretty good stagger right now for them, as they immediately rush in and get 2 kills. But now a minute remaining and no real ult advantage for them, as the side of C9 are in a very strong position. But actually, as I say that, ults are coming online, as they're about to have 5 ults up, where only the res is going to be up for C9. However, Key being an amazing Mercy is going to be very important. Judge getting the nano boost, but Boomy going huge with that hook, hooking him off the map. Judge is going to be taken out. And right now, they're going to be forced to regroup for this final fight. And now going into this, it's going to be very interesting about seeing what they do. Judge throwing that Shatter with that huge pulse Diva bomb. Not going to be getting anyone, because Judge has already killed everyone, as he's on the 3-man right now. However, though, he immediately popping that res, bringing everyone back. Both popping popping the barrage, but kills actually now going for both ways. Both going for that Mercy, gonna be finding as it's extremely low, but Mercy actually healed. Hog now coming in the way, saving Ghosty on this character. Bolt is wasting so much in his Mercy while his entire team is dying because of it. And right now, as they finally hold on to this into overtime, they have a lot of way to go, as they're just trickling in right now. XL now calling the retreat along with Reeves is exactly what's going to be needed. High Noon is going to be up for them, but not really an impactful ult. Boomy now going on the Bastion. He's going to have to be the playmaker. However, Rev goes down. This is not what you want, as C9 is falling apart on this defense. Boomy finally going in the Bastion to pocket mode, but it's not going to be enough. Actually, as they run off the point.
At all. Alright, so Vengeance just threw there. They could have had that. They got off the point.
An extremely strong showing. Obviously, it was in overtime, so they wouldn't have gone a second attack. But still, that is not how you wanted it to end.
Play of the match.
I think what really changed up at the end was that Ghostkey was kept alive longer with Protoss help, and it took longer for Volts to actually kill him. And while Volts was putting all his attention on that Mercy, his whole entire team's getting wiped.
Alright, well, I've actually gotten reports that Jan is ready to cast, so Primera, do you want to stay for the rest of the series, or not?
I mean, if you want, just invite Jan. I just do a little chiming in here and there. But,
yeah,
I'll let you guys do your main commentary work.
Actually, I was gonna ask if you could actually take my position as co-caster, just let me focus on the streaming and the background stuff to make my life a little bit easier, if that's okay with you, obviously.
Sure, why not?
Alright. Just gonna increase the lobby, and I'm gonna invite Jan. I'm gonna be inviting Jan to the party, but he's not even on Overwatch, so he's gonna have to be getting on. But while that does go on, we are gonna get our second map from Fortify, as it is Lijiang Tower they actually do want to go to.
Alright.
My bad I was throwing.
It's
Yeah,
alright.
we could figure that out. But come on in. The map is right now 1-0 for the side of C9, as they did just take King's Row.
Yeah, I kind of saw the end there. Vengeance pulling a striatum, or I think it was a Bofa and getting off the point.
Yep, and the lobby is actually open, so you can just join
Yeah,
us
I'm coming.
if you are not appearing online for me.
No, I'm in. There you go.
Alright, and let's get this right away.
Yeah, so it's tied 1-1.
I think that was just the first map. C9 took that 1-0. Second map is
Okay, so they're
now.
up 1. So yeah, okay, they're 1-1. Yeah, so I saw they got Boomy there.
Yeah,
Really
quite
interesting. Yeah, I mean. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, just quite some new faces on this team, you know.
Yeah, it's like a reface of Eco Slayers. I mean, they got Volt, Rev, and Brett.
Yeah, and then besides that, all new players coming up.
Yeah, and Boomy was messaging me. He's like, "Yo, try to find a team for me," and I'm just like, "All right, I'll just do whatever." And then I kind of got sidetracked, the Black Ops 3 thing. But whatever. Yeah, these teams are going out here. We're gonna see Judge. I've seen him a bit in comp, and I know he's like a decent Ryan. I haven't seen him that much like in the CWL stage, but like these are qualifiers, right? So I mean, I was kind of watching the McCree as well. Keep them. I'm just gonna call him Captain now. But he wasn't really doing that much work on McCree, as you want your main hit scan player to be. But I don't know, these both teams are pushing on the point right now, and I mean, already the side of C9 getting main control of the point. They're already applying the pressure that they need to, and they're running that dive pump with the 3 DPS fair mercy. And already we see Excel already in the back, and Boomy gets a great pick there on Ghost. Volt's there with a great pick on short stuff, but Kev, he does come back and kill Volts. And now KOs are going for Vengeance, and never mind, Rev on Tracer. Zarya, I think he should just fall off the map or get booped. I'm not sure, maybe he just killed himself. But yeah, this point is going to go to C9 if they want to get on the point there, but they just got to kill this Lucio that's there. Trying to battle him 1v1 right there, but no, he's gonna go down, and Judge falls off the map. Wait a minute, never mind. I got it.
Brett, when you were one of these, you were missing, bro.
You what?
Brett, I was spectating Brett, and he was missing the Lucio. The Lucio on the point? Yeah, Brett was trying to kill him all the time.
Yeah, it was both sides. I was really helping him out there, but yeah, Fortify gets a great pick on Excel, and this is the chance that Vengeance has, but never mind. Volts gets a pick there on Judge, and we see Rez coming out from Ghostkey, and yeah, I mean, this is already Volts getting 2, Rev getting 1 on Fortify, and Ghostkey's gonna go down, but they're starting to capture the point. They got to regroup on the point. it's just Lucio, Diva, and Reinhardt, but I think definitely C9 has enough damage there for them to take out the point. Never mind a shatter coming out from Judge, and Proto gets 2 right there. Also dropping the Diva bomb. Excel might have to run away. He's about to have his Winston. He's gonna pop it. Yes, he does to stay alive on that point. He's just, wasting percentage. They still haven't capped it after all these picks the side of Vengeance is getting. And Proto is going crazy on the Diva right now. And we got Fortify getting 2 right there, and they're still contesting. Red coming out from key to success, and now they're back in it. Bolt's taking out Ghoski. High Noon though from Catch. And he does get Rev right there, and Volt's though solo ulting Fortify will go down to Kef though, so Kef's starting to come back a bit. And Judge getting Boomy, and I think now is time that they'll finally cap the point, but they stalled for such a long time, and they just gotta kill Brett there, and yeah, they're 75%, 73%, and I think that was worth it for them to pop the ults that they did. I mean, Volt's used his, and Excel used his as well. And, Excel's already at 53, but a great job there by C9, stalling at the point. They only got 1 or 2 fights left, but here we go already, Rev getting on the point, making the team fall back a bit. And we're starting to see Volts, start to push in, but Excel gets a huge pick already, and here's the team of C9, just grouping up, Boomy getting the Ghosty, and Fortify going down. They have no res. Ghosty was there to, was dead that fight. And, Proto does end up taking Volts, but I don't think it's enough. Excel, oh my god, Rev just got pinned. But yeah, it's just gonna go to C9 as Judge goes down, and I mean, yeah, what do you think that Vengeance did wrong that fight? That made him lose it.
I just don't think they were targeting the right people there. They never once like a really hardcore attack to success. Nor did they really punish Brett for not really doing too much besides attacking the
Oh my god! Wow, what a huge Diva bomb right there. That's a huge Diva bomb. 4 kills. I didn't even see that thing, and Proto gets another one. Damn, that was like a nuke out of nowhere. Just saw that thing fly in as soon as Excel popped his Winston ult, and oh my god, what a huge play there by Proto. 1 ult killed the whole team. Oh, okay, 4 people, right? Pretty much the whole team. And great job there. I mean, I did not even see that Diva bomb. Yeah, we see Earth Shadow though coming out from Judge, and Red got booped off the point as well as the cell getting pinned right there, and they're already gonna wipe here. It is 98 though. Oh, Rev's coming out from Key Success, but they do not have Rev as he went down off the map. Boomy gets a pick on Ghosty, but both healers are down right now. They have a chance to get this point. Nano boosted Hog right here before he went down. Boomy also takes out Fortify right there, and Brett's just contesting the point, just being annoying. As you said, they weren't really focusing him, and I think C9 is definitely gonna make Vengeance pay for that hammer down overextend maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Right here, they're just not gonna have enough time to even come back if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, that Diva bomb definitely, set back the team, and I really think they lost it there when they went over for that overextending hammer down there. I think they should have just saved it and used it on defense, more than going on the offense when the team was regrouping, right? So, maybe a bit of a throw right there, but.
I mean, they could have. I think it could have just been executed a little bit cleaner if they would have hammered down the Mercy and killed her. Because really, to be honest, all they did wrong was let the Mercy, stay alive. And now she's invulnerable through her res, and she picked up everybody. Brett quickly dropped the beat, and from there it was pretty much in their advantage since the other team didn't have a beat drop either, or trans or anything defensive.
That definitely is, Boomy was in the background just, killing the supports, and now we see him switch over to Zarya, a completely different comp from the side of C9. I mean, Volt's on the Hog, Rev on Soldier, and now Excel, Ace1 Orion, so more of a deathball comp right here, but, both sides with the Reinhardt now. We're definitely going to see Excel, I guess, on his character Reinhardt here, and now Boomy already getting a crucial pick there on Keith right there, and they're already going to charge in. Fortify's really low, as well as Judge. Judge will get pinned Boomy though, but Rev will take him out, and this point's already going to go to C9, and I really think the reason Vengeance lost that is because the Tracer got picked, as well as they just weren't being aggressive enough. Maybe it is because the Tracer died and couldn't really disturb the background or the backline of C9, but Boomy with that huge pick there really forced their hand right there. It was Vengeance, and they just had to regroup right now. Yeah, but Boomy getting another crucial pick at the beginning, and Proto might go down as well out of his mech, but Keith does stick Excel Ace, and he will get that pick. as well as Proto will take out Brett, and Arez comes out from Key to Success, and this will keep them in this fight. But Nano boosted Diva is gonna be really hard. Excel just pinned him. He will block all the damage from Volts. He ran into that. I don't know what he was thinking there. And Brett also got pinned there by Judge, and I think that they just lost it right there. Yeah, they definitely did. I don't know what Volts was doing. He just, just walked right into that Diva. I mean, Excel was definitely blocking it, and he ran away and wasn't there enough. And Brett also got pinned. We saw, Volts hooked the Lucio, but didn't kill him there. Really strange how he didn't kill him there. I don't think he got bubbled. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure what's about that. But yeah, definitely the side of Vengeance is maybe overextending a bit. I'm not sure about them holding out here. They do have a Diva though. This is maybe the problem they have. Diva does get hooked. Will stay alive though. Excel does get pinned, and he may stay alive. I don't know. Grab comes out from Booming Bomber. Does get 2 in there. And yeah, he does get a lot of picks right there, and no res from the side of Vengeance, and they're going to get caught overextending again. I really think this is a crucial problem with Vengeance. They just keep overextending and going into their spawn, and they're just getting ulted. I mean, the more you're in their spawn, the quicker it is for them to gain ult charge, and that's exactly what Boomy did, and he does get like 2 or 3 picks with the grab right there, as well as the DPS from C9 just coming in really clutch right there.
Yeah, and in addition, they're not running immersive, so you don't have a famous redo button, so you can't really, undo your actions because you're throwing it.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like that was a very strong hammer down there from XL. Obviously, really, really good Reinhardt. Definitely top 5, if not top 3. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, definitely. I just lost my train of thought there. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah. Excel Ace is like so strong on the Reinhardt. It's like what I said, he excels at Reinhardt. But yeah, the grab coming out from the side of Vengeance, but the picks are coming in for C9 right here. I'm not sure about that. What's going on right there? But Keith does get like pinned there from Excel. That was a pretty impressive pin there, and we're gonna see Diva Bomb. I don't know if that was worth it. Volts, gets out of the way this time. Does also get 2 picks. He gets another hook there. And a Pulse Bomb comes out and no picks, and they didn't even get time to get on the point, and C9 is just steamrolling them right now, getting 2 in a row on Lee Jang Tower. I'm really not sure what's going on for the side of Vengeance. They just can't get any offense and picks going for them.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they actually have to change up. Okay, here they go. Here they go, changing up some of their comps. Hopefully this will allow them to do a little bit more in this upcoming round.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, it's really hard to fight a Mercy, especially Key to Success. He's a very strong Mercy as well. It's a pleasure to play with him as well. And it's very hard to play against a Mercy in this meta without immersing yourself. And they're running the Ana, and now they switch to Zen, but now they switch over to Mercy, and I feel like that's the right choice. And maybe switch out the DPS. I'm not sure if Fortifies is doing enough on Tracer right there. Keep going over to Hog this time, and now they're switching back over to the dive. Excuse me. Boomy does get pinned there by Judge. Judge getting both of the flankers down, and Proto also getting the last. So all DPS and Brett goes down, and this is the easy wipe and an easy capture for Vengeance. They definitely came out strong right here with the Mercy pick. I'm not sure if that really helped. I really think the Boomy pin right there by Judge really helped them out there, but it was really helpful. Keep the team alive, right? So team of C9, starting to come back a bit, but Cell does end up pinning somebody there. I'm not sure who he pinned right there. I forget. But Rez coming out from Key to Success. He does get 3 right there. This is a full fight back, and Excel is gonna jump in there. I didn't say pin. Whoops. But both getting the Diva out of mech and killing her as well as Excel killing the Reinhardt there. But Keith does get success, and I don't know. These picks are starting to turn back in the favor of Vengeance. And just as I say that, Boomy picks up goes to, but Brett will go down to Keith, and short stuff will handle his back against Rev, and Boomy will go down as well. I'm not sure what's going on now. C9, their offense is kind of stopped right now. They're getting kind of wrecked right here on the dive. I really feel like the Roadhog is working out for the side of Vengeance.
Yeah, the new Roadhog is countering Brett because, like I said before, Brett was just on the point, not doing too much just by himself. That he could have been picked off on several occasions and wasn't. And now Keith's actually picking him off, and that's always a man down, especially support.
Yeah, and you see Brett get a pick on Judge right there, and you know, and Volts does get hooked, I think, out of the sky. I'm not sure there by Keith. And oh, another huge Diva bomb, getting 2 right there. Both supports down from Proto. I mean, obviously he's been doing great on Diva. He got that 4-man last round, and this round he's got both those supports with his ult, and that's definitely going to stall the point. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get back right here, especially with Rev going down again. I definitely think that they're going to go back to the death ball kind of comp with the Reinhardt, because that definitely did not work. They just got 100 0'd. I don't know, they may be able to touch point. Yeah, they are going to touch point. But, oh, wow. Oh, no, never mind. He stays alive. Boomy tries to knock off Keith, though. He will stay alive. Excel Ace does get a pin on Ghosty, so they weren't close to res anyways, but, you know, it's out of the question that they're going to get their main heals. They are kind of contesting the point, though, so it is going to be hard for them to, you know, get on this, and, you know, the picks are still coming in for the side of Vengeance, and I don't think this is going to happen. I really think that, never mind, actually, 2 picks on the side of, okay, wait, this might turn around. Yeah, definitely, a Boomy Bomber and Rev just went in right there getting picks, and I was completely wrong saying it was 100 0. C Nein comes back, and they get the point finally.
They really should have let that Lucio drop the beat, because he would have threw and beat it for himself, and they would have been down a defensive vault coming in here now.
Yeah, and Volts does get picked there by Keith, and this will definitely help out the offense. Proto with another bomb? No, nothing out of it this time, but Keith does get another pick on Keith. He's another one on Brett, and the Roadhog is just getting a point. They gotta get a point! Oh. They're getting too many picks anyways, but they didn't get on point again. I don't know what's with that, but the team's getting off the point. I think Vengeance, you know, backcapped it right there, and they just didn't get on point. And yeah, I mean they're fighting for their lives right here, backed up into the corner. You know, Vengeance is starting to crawl out of it this time. They gotta win. They gotta win too now. A reverse sweep maybe? I don't know. I mean, I really feel the Mercy pick really helped them out that fight.
I'm just here to watch these teams get formed. But definitely, if they're not changing things up, I think it's just gonna be a reverse sweep right here.
Yeah, reverse sweep. I think that you know, C Nein will close this out right here. I feel like they have the skill from their players. You know, able to close this and you know, not let the comeback start to mount up. But one thing they gotta do. Okay, I was just gonna say take out Ghosty, and he does. Rev does get that pick. But Judge will pin Bolt again. Oh no, that was Rev last time. But Keith does get Boomy as well. But Rev taking Proto out of mech, so he's not as useful. I got a big chunky body, but never mind. Fortify will take out Rev, but Proto will go down in the process. But Vengeance will definitely take this point right here. And I think Brett's just gonna, you know, yeah, kill himself right there. And yeah, I don't know what's going on with C Nein right now. They're starting to fail a bit. I'm not really sure what they gotta switch up, but you know, definitely the dive comp did not work the last round, and I don't think it'll work again against this comp. Maybe, you know, rely on a Fair Mercy because they don't have a anti-Pharah, or you know, I think they kill Fanlight. Yeah, definitely great hammer there, and Excel, you know, falling off the map, and Volts, just the whole team of C Nein just is in disarray right now. I really don't know what they're doing, and Rev is gonna go down as well right here. He can't not handle 2 tanks. Will he? No, never mind, he'll go down. And they're just getting staggered right now. Oh my god, they just gotta get back into spawn and regroup. They're not doing anything right now. They're just getting farmed into spawn, honestly. And yeah, I'm really not sure what C Nein is doing. I think they gotta go to Pharah. They don't have a Pharah counter. And I think they gotta take advantage of that, and definitely gotta kill that hog. And yeah, they will kill this hog. Both did get that pick on the overextended Keith right there. And you know, Mercy did fall off the map, but there will fly back. Fortify will go down to Rev. Okay, now they're starting to get the pick. Lucio maybe waste of drop the beat right there as Judge goes down. The whole team goes down, and maybe short stuff may have you know, accidentally wasted that. He does get Boomy off the air, but it's not gonna do anything. Excel does pin Ghosty, And, you know, this fight is already looking bright for, okay, wait, a Hog all coming out from Keith, but I think he'll go down instantly. Yeah, he will. Volts will kill him. And Fortify does take out Rev in the back. There's still a Tracer running loose. And he will also take out Volts right there. Wait a minute, Vengeance is starting to come back in this fight. Excel, you know, he's trying to get pocketed by Key to Success, but Judge has no help. A great hammer down, but Goomy there just defend his Reinhardt. Does end up taking Judge out, and Ghosty falls off the map. A lot of people killing themselves this game. I'm not too sure what's going on about that, but you know, I'm not watching that personally specifically. But Excel also falling off the map. I'm not sure what's going on with all these people dying right here. But another Diva Bomb coming out, nothing out of it this time, and you know, this point is obviously in the favor of Vengeance. They have 99, but it will maybe go to them as well, as they're getting picks right now. Excel Ace with like a great hammer there, but also dropped the beat from Brett, and Rez coming out from PDC, so all the guys that were down will come back, and Brett goes down though, and they're down 2 right now. Excel goes down to Fortify. Team CS goes down. They're down 3 people. It's just Volts, Rev, and Boomy. I don't think they'll be able to live. Volts isn't even on the point, and no, Vengeance will hold on, and they are looking strong right now.
Alright, I think what Sea Nein gotta do, they gotta go back to their old ways, bring out the pharmacy, because I as a Mercy player, I don't like using Mercy in King of the Hell. I just feel like she's very exposed no matter what you try to do, so you definitely want Pharah to give her as much vertical escape as you can. Maybe even a Winston, but I like Excel on a Reinhardt. I think Volts should go back on the Pharah, Boomy should go on the Zarya, and Rev should do whatever DPS he feels comfortable, and just try to basically get the Diva naked out of suits, or get a pick on the Roadhog, because right now I believe it's the Roadhog that's giving them the most trouble.
Yeah, Keith, they really gotta kill him, and they're still not running Pharah Mercy, and this reverse sweep is really starting to look like a reality. I really think they should go Pharah Mercy. Look, they have no counters to Pharah. Maybe just a proto on the Diva, but it's not going to do much with the Mercy on him. Excel, you know, charging in there. He will go down though to Fortify, as well as taking out Proto out of mech, but will kill Brett in the process. And Fortify, they're just getting rolled right now. They just can't seem to get a kill for their lives. And never mind, wow, Rev just got wrecked by Judge right there, and you know, his whole team was kind of dead, so I give him that. But you know, I just don't know what's wrong with C9. They got to run a Pharah. That's really the best call, and you were saying that too, man. That they have like no Pharah counter, and Volts is he's not a bad Pharah at all. He's good, and I just don't know why they're not running a Pharah. It's really, you know, what they need. And Keith is still getting picks on Volts. Volts is definitely not as strong on Hog as he is on Pharah. And I don't know what they're doing right now. A hammer down coming out from Judge. I was just going to say that's a good hammer down. He will also pin Key to Success. So no chance for the res. He was at 85%. And C9 is getting rolled right now. I just don't know why they're not opening up their eyes and saying, guys, they don't have a Pharah counter. We got to go Pharah Mercy on these guys to win.
And then sometimes when things are not broken, you shouldn't change them. So I don't really quite understand why they were changing up so many comps that gave the opposite teams, you know, such a foothold.
Yeah, and you know, we see Judge being a very, very aggressive round right there, but he will get pinned by Excel, who's even more one-upping him there, pinning him as well. But both Lucio's getting a pick right there, but definitely Brett's pick was more important there, as he will get Ghosty with Rez too. Judge is gonna probably go. Never mind. Booby goes down to Fortify, and Rev does pop his, you know, attack visor. Brett he handles his 1v on short stuff, and Rev will. Oh my God, with literally like 0 health, will take out Judge, and Excel also taking out Keith, and finally they cap the point at 76%, 77. No, wait, it's still an opportunity for Vengeance to get in here. Yeah, Fortify. Kind of lost their train of thought there, but Fortify gets the pick on Boomy Bomber, but there we go. Volt's going back on the Pharah, and look at it. As soon as he goes Pharah, he gets 2 right there. That's definitely the right call they should have had. And I don't know what they were doing there, not going Pharah. And now that they went Pharah, they're winning. They took the point. So yeah, it's definitely, you know, has a chance to. They definitely have a chance to win. I'm blanking out right now. But yeah, I mean, now that they still don't have a Pharah counter, I think now is the chance, the time you realize, you know, if we don't win this fight, we gotta switch off. And Boomy gets pinned off the map by Judge right there. Maybe, oh, he best shoot his Zarya out though. He does shoot it before he died. That was huge play there by Boomy. He shot his Zarya off before he went off the map, and that's gonna make the side of C9 capitalize on that fight. I'm not sure if it really helped that much. I was spectating Judge right there, but I don't know. He did shoot it off. So, but Keith does get 2 picks on Rev and Excel, and the Revs will come out from success though, and we'll res those guys back. And you know, Volt's there getting Proto and late picking them, and I think definitely now is the time. You guys switch to Soldier or McCree or something. You know, to kill this Pharah. It's definitely the Pharah that's screwing them up, right? So, Rez also coming out from Ghoski though, and you know, Volt and Rev are still doing work, and Volt's continuing to get picks on Pharah. They seem to not notice that, and not going Soldier is probably going to be their downfall. They might be coming back. Boomy gets 2 picks on both tanks right there. Great job there by Boomy. He did really good there, as well as before with the little play with shooting the Graviton before he died. But yeah, already 70% for C9, and they still don't have a Pharah counter. They gotta cap the point and get them off, and that's it. 94%. Volt's still solo ulting Keith right there. Rev will also handle his 1v on 4 to 5. Volt will also take out Ghosty, so no chance of getting Rez up there. Well, he was only at 77, but Volt is continuing to do work on Pharah. This is what they needed. It's already at 90%. I don't think they'll be able to come back. I think this is a game over. Maybe, you know, just to get on the point, but I don't think, you know, they'll actually have a fight in this. But there we go. We see some, okay, they have a chance to get on the point. Here we go. This is what happened last time. I called it and they came back. But here we go. Diva Bomb coming out. They got hammer down. Oh, huge hammer down there by Judge, and it takes down 2 with the Diva Bomb. Huge res though from Key to Success. He gets his team back, and Brett drops the beat. Proto will take out Volts though. That's a huge pick on Volts. That's the one doing the most work right now. And Proto as well as Ace getting picked. Rev though with 2 with the bomb, but a res coming up from Ghosty as well. Ruby will take Proto out of his mech, so he is weak again. But, you know, Judge will also take out Brett as well as Rev going down to Fortify, and I think they will actually cap this. I don't think, you know, Success is already at 65 for another res. Wow. Crazy work on the Mercy, but I don't think it's going to happen. I really think Vengeance, you know, pulls back, and, you know, actually with Proto killing Bullets, it really, really helped them in that fight. And they got to kill the Pharah again, and Proto will take him out again. And, you know, a preempted pin there by Judge. And, yeah, at this point, I don't know. I mean, I think this will go to Vengeance, this map. Sorry, and yeah, the miss of a hammer down right there, but they are contesting the point. I'm not sure what Judge is doing. They are kind of killing the point though. Someone's contest. Okay, it's Boomy. And yeah, good game there. Vengeance will reverse sweep C9 in a scary fashion. That's sad. They had no fair counter, and Bolts just died to Proto like 3 times in the end.
Man of the hour, Proto here.
Yeah, definitely did so much work. Look at this. I didn't even see it. It just came out of nowhere. And getting 4 right there. Huge Diva Bomb by Proto. And then he also gets Excel on the point as well. And yeah, great job there by Proto. Definitely put the team on his back. I would say that confidently. With no fair, yeah, 71 wins. Wow. And crazy work there on Diva. So it's something I would never want to do because I suck at Diva, but...
Yeah, I think C9 got to stick to their strategy and just really perfect it. I don't really see them as a team that has much character depth. You know, they should stick to whatever they're good with and stay along with it, and force basically the other team to switch their comps out so they could have the upper advantage.
Yeah, I definitely think that what you were saying is right. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And you know, they did end up, you know, switching back and forth to dive and deathball, but definitely when they got wrecked with the dive comp, that should have been the trigger right there. Okay, we got to go back to Reinhardt with the Roadhogs, Zarya, or sorry, not the Roadhogs, sorry, with the Reinhardt, Zarya, Pharah, Mercy, Tracer, or Soldier with Rev, and yeah, I definitely think that wasting all that time, those rounds, you know, without that comp, it wasn't working for them, and you know, it's that case where if it's broke, you know, if it's broken, you know, fix it, right? You don't just leave it right there, right? So, you know, right. Definitely did not help them at all. Yeah. And, yeah, this is an awkward map, Route 66. You don't really see this on... Oh, I don't... Are we changing maps, or what? I'm not sure what...
Just sworn it was Route 66. Let me check the map.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, now the series is tied, right? Yes, it's...
should be, unless they call some timeout or something. Let me see. They went offense on.
Oh, they won't.
Mhm.
Yeah. I definitely. Okay, there we go. We're starting up. So we just wanted to switch sides right there, and I think in this map, Farah is definitely strong, and this is where you gotta see Volts play Farah. I don't think his Hog was stepping up a lot, and I think Keith was definitely out hogging him. Last map that is, and you definitely gotta play Farah on this map, and especially because they're on the attack first. Wait, are they? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I believe
They are on
C9 is
attack.
going to Sophia.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Farah is good on attack and defense. Maybe just switch it up at the end because it's the indoor area, the inner garage or whatever. It's a bit harder to play Farah. I don't know. Maybe you can make it work, but I really feel like that they should have stayed on Farah, and they could have easily cleaned the series up right there. But new game, and fresh start, right? I guess so. One thing I really noticed was Proto was doing so much work and they couldn't kill him. He was either the last one to die or fell off the map like everybody else in the game. But I really feel like that's one of the reasons why they took the L right there. Is Proto was just doing so much work on D.Va, getting that ult charge and just nuking them constantly. And that one time he got that 4-man and then he got both supports. And then he comboed with Judge really well. He got 2 more. He was just doing too much with that D.Va bomb. With it all, you never expect to do that good. We're getting that amount of picks, right? So I really feel like focusing Proto is something C9's got to start doing. But yeah, they are on attack here, and they are running Lionheart and Farah. With Vengeance on defense, I really think that not running hit scan is something you can't do against Volts, and I really think it's gonna come back and bite them. As Volts, he's just gonna be able to get in there, and I don't think Proto by himself is gonna do enough. But Rev getting a great pick there on Fortify, and this will all trigger the defense to that's a trigger, right? Like move back, we're down a man, and Fortify immediately as I said that switching to Soldier. And that's a great choice there for him, but it's too late as Ghoski does go down by Rev. And I don't know, Ghoski on Tracer would be much more better than him on Mercy, but that's not my choice to make. But obviously, Rev is putting it so, and he just goes down as soon as I say that. But he was doing work there on McCurry, and key to success, pulling out the Battle Mercy, killing Proto, getting revenge for Rev right there. And with usually short stuff, drop the beat, and I really think again that was kind of a waste of a beat drop there, as I'm not that main Lucio support player, but I don't know, what do you think his ults have been like? I really feel like he's been wasting them, in my opinion. That is, I don't know, as a someone that has that much time.
They're very questionable. Like I'm assuming he's been trying to buy some time for his team, but at that point you had pretty much 4 or 5 people of the enemy team on the point, and it's just you and maybe a half life Zarya. You're not really gonna come back them. I might as well just take the L and regroup and use the beat to initiate the next push.
Yeah, that's what I was been thinking. Yeah, but Boomy there gets a pick on Fortify, but hammer down from Judge, as well as he does take out Boomy with the Fire Strike. Great res coming out from key success. I lost my train of thought again. I'm just throwing so hard right now, but Rev gets 2, or he does get 1, and then as well as Volts there taking out Proto out of his mech, as well as killing him. And yeah, this steamroll, I guess you could say. They have 4 minutes. This really good time, and great pick there on short stuff. I think instead of hiding, the best thing would have done is just to die, right? And he's just delayed his team even more, and now they're going to be without the speed boost, and I definitely think that C9 is going to take this point, now that they don't have the Lucio with them. But it's not going to be easy. They're Fortify getting bred immediately. Rev popping high noon. He will go down though by Key, and both they're solo-opping Judge. I've seen him solo on a lot of people there, but I guess it works out for them, right? So it's just Fortify. I mean, there's 3 people on point, 4 people, sorry. it's going to be hard for Sea Nein to capitalize. They're not really getting picks. They're all really, really low. Proto gets 2. And it's that thing about Proto, as I was saying, you know, he's getting 3 picks. 4, you know, constantly getting picks and picks and picks, and he's just not dying. I really think they got to focus him more. And he's putting in too much work on a character that shouldn't be doing that much work, right? And in my opinion, I don't think D.Va should be doing that much as Proto has been doing.
I don't know. I mean, Proto's been doing work as a D.Va for mostly keeping her defense matrix up to, you know, negate as much damage as she can before she goes more of a offensive D.Va and just try to get some picks here, allowing Keith to get a hook here, or allowing one of her other DPS members to get a pick there.
Yeah, just as that happened though, Keith does alt Boomy and Volts. They will get res, like he did success, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he does. And res coming out from Ghosty as well, so the fight is not over. Not at all over, and Rev there popping his high noon as well. He will get pinned there by Judge. Great pin. Noticing that Rev was literally sitting right next to him with high noon, lighting up like a light bulb. But I think, yeah, he's just gonna die. Keith Success is like in the middle of the whole team, and yeah, he goes down. Definitely, they're blowing off 2 minutes right here by Vengeance. They've blown 2 minutes of Sea Nein's offensive time. But they will have Graviton coming up with the Feral combo soon. It will be coming soon, and it will really, you know, trigger you know, Proto to be very, very adhesive with his, you know, in saving his matrix. And you know, they kind of want to split up as much as they can, and that's kind of what they're doing right now. And Bolts gets a pick on Ghosty. That's huge, as you know. Ghosty is their main healer, obviously. Bolt's getting another pick on Judge, but Proto will pick out Rev somewhere in the middle of that fight at the corner. Rev does go down, but Bolt's getting another. He's got 3 so far. D.Va Bomb does not kill anyone, but Proto does kill Bolts out of the match though. And I think they had to regroup already. Boomy Mega is gonna get healed by Success, who's just sitting up top, healing his whole team up. And yeah, there's Proto going on him now, and Proto is kind of weak himself, short stuff as well. They are regrouping though. A Judge with a hammer down right there. No picks out of it though, as his team wasn't really there to follow up. And Fortify going to Sombra, immediately getting pinned there by Ace. As Proto will pick out Rev again. I really think Rev is getting annoyed of getting killed by this D.Va. And another res coming out from Ghosty. Success has this res right there, but he won't need it at all, as res was blown from Ghosty, and you know, 4 picks from the side of Sea Nein. Keith is gonna go down as well as short stuff.
I don't believe Sea Nein is gonna cap this point though. They didn't really need to use Barrage there. They had a low Reinhardt and a low I believe Lucio in a Gravity. They could have just like beat up on. That's probably gonna bite them in the behind afterwards, because they're not gonna have that Pharaoh Barrage coming up. They're only really gonna have High Noon and a res. But
yeah, and High Noon definitely against the D.Va is gonna be very tough. Sorry.
No, we're gonna see Boomy Bomber switching on to the Roadhog, so let's see if he's gonna do something new here.
Yeah, definitely. And Bolts immediately, as I said, it might not be as strong for him to play there in this hallway. Maybe just go Soldier or Hog, or never mind, Boomy went Hog, but you know, the Soldier or something. You know, picture coming out from the side of Vengeance, but you know, Rev does alt Ghosty there, but you know, he will go down to Proto for the 4th time, I think. He's really, he must be getting annoyed of this D.Va, and I really think this is something they gotta do. I'm telling you, it's D.Va. It's all D.Va. The backbone of this team is Proto, and if they kill him, it's not pretty much over, but it's pretty much over for the fight. That is.
My ultimate is almost ready.
But yeah, now on both teams there, we see a hook out from Fortify right there. You know, Boomy, I was just about to say great D.Va Bomb doesn't get anyone though, so I'm not going to say that. Volk does get Keith though, so this gives the opportunity for them to push up. The Judge getting Rev again. I think Rev is having some difficulty with the tanks right now. Both there, getting his Rocket Barrage, huge there, alting Ghosty as well as Fortify. That's a huge Rocket Barrage. No res for this fight, and they're having some difficulty killing short stuff there, but we'll kill him. And now they're going to get this point pretty much to the end. They definitely will not tap this point. And, you know, they have time to contest here. And I really think they're gonna hold on Vengeance right here. They just have not enough time to push it with their spawn literally being right there. Accelerates really also getting low as well. He will not go down. Oh, never mind, he will. And short stuff as well getting accelerated. 2 picks on the side. You know, key success is forced to res right there. Maybe a bit too early as Brett does go down as well as Ace for the second time. And this point will go to Vengeance. Sorry, they will hold on.
Yep, they did not cap it like I said.
You called it already. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a strong showing by Vengeance on defense. You know, getting steamrolled on the first point. They definitely started to pull it back on the second point. And you know, the third point, you know, they had like no time. They had like 2 minutes, and you know, 1 minute and a half was like blowing up on the first, you know, entering the door on the first turn, right? So yeah. And, you know, 12 seconds they had, I'm pretty sure, going into, you know, that last, you know, stretch where their spawn starts to get really annoying. They keep coming back. But, yeah, I mean, Vengeance will definitely look strong there on defense, especially during the end half there. And I just don't think C Nein was getting the memo that Pharah really gets shut down. It's easier for the for Keith to hit him out of the sky, and he does that immediately, though. He did pick off Volts there at the beginning, as I said, and I thought he would switch over to maybe Soldier or something easier to play in the building. And as well as OP in my opinion as Soldier is, obviously I really hate Soldier right now, but as strong as he is, I really felt that Volts could have done something. I mean, it's not hard. He's just aim and shoot. You're just playing Call of Duty, right? So, yeah, I really felt like going Soldier or something else other than Pharah would have helped out the C Nein offense, but Vengeance will hold on, and you know, they have a chance to one-up them and actually just take the series right here. They just got to push it to the end. That's not that far, actually, and yeah, I definitely think Vengeance can do this.
If Proto comes out with some clutch Diva bombs, especially with the wide openness of this map coming from a corner that you wasn't expecting, I think they could pretty much take this.
Yeah, and now you see Boomy going to Diva right now. That's interesting. I haven't seen him play Diva too much, but yeah, I mean, I guess he's, you know, saying, okay, you're gonna do good on Diva, I'll do good on Diva as well. And yeah, I mean, we already see Volts getting a huge pick there on Keith. And their main DPS is down, and I think on defense, what's wrong is to just go in and, you know, go berserk and go kill them all. I think they're playing right. They gotta maybe contest the point, but you know, not go crazy into their spawn and start dying like crazy. But yeah, Excel definitely has the right idea now, realizing, you know, we lost one of ours as well. Oh, he does get pinned. You know, never mind. Just scratch everything I said. Vengeance just not sweeps them, but, you know, cleans the floor. And all of C Nein will go down, and short stuff also handling Brett right there. Oh, feels bad, Brett. Boomy is the only one alive, and he will go down as well. Oh no! Yeah, you gotta keep that Diva alive. Yeah, that's gonna say that. But yeah, they do get the picks, so I mean, they do have a lot of that chance to a lot of time to regroup there. I don't know how they let Rev just do that and get away with that, but they did get that pick on Keith. Definitely should have punished that hog for that, but we're definitely gonna see a lot of ults here for C Nein, but some also coming up for Vengeance as well. Fortify is near his AUG ult. Ghostki is close to res. Proto's close to his nuke. Keith has his high noon, and you know, it's gonna be a firework. There's gonna be a lot of fireworks popping off. You see both divas, you know, battling it up top. Proto going for the chase right now, and you know, Keith does solo ult, you know, Volts right there. Huge res from Keith. Never mind. Never mind.
Good body, Keith.
I heard heroes never die, and I was like, oh, yeah, the whole team is back. Never mind. I just saw more blue.
I don't know if C Nein is gonna not change up their tactics. I think this is pretty much GG for them. Ghostki's not going down anytime soon, and with a revive coming up, Judge has his ult, same with short stuff on Lucio, and really the only thing that's contesting them is pretty much Vault, and he switched over back to the Tracer.
Yeah, something he's not that strong on, but I definitely think that going to Tracer is gonna harm them. I definitely think he should have stayed on Pharah. Just gotta focus Proto more. I definitely feel like that's the reason, but if Ghostie's gonna be able to get a res off. Wait, did he die that fight? I think he died that fight. They won't. Oh wait, what am I saying? Never mind, I'm retarded. Oh, I thought they were still on defense. I'm throwing so hard, but yeah, I mean, a lot of ults for Vengeance. 5 ults against about to be 2, or 3, about to be 3, and keep them immediately. Huge pick there on Volt. As I said, he wasn't as strong on Tracer. He will go down immediately. Both Lucio's drop beat. Hammer down from Judge. He gets 2 in that, 2 down. Judge does, you know, good thing to take out Excel Ace first. You know, he's definitely gonna come back with his own hammer down, even though he's only at 61. And
by Baby Diva.
yeah,
You gotta give Proto the MVP of this match for Vengeance. He's over here doing your Diva job to the max, harassing the opposing Mercy, killing the opposing Mercy, pulling out Diva bombs, getting back into her suit, and continue farming all.
yeah, he's definitely the MVP of this matchup. And oh, great pin her on Brett. I don't think Brett saw that coming. Even though Judge goes down, that's a really good pick that he got right there. That's an opportunity for a res there for Goski. And they will have numbers in this fight. I don't know if they're gonna come out. Yes, Proto does get Volt. Proto just bodied Volt. And you know, it's the second time Volt dies without getting a single pick. Diva bomb on the point. He's gonna pin the Reinhardt as well. Short stuff goes down. Broomy, you know, getting his own Diva bomb out there is, you know, Sea Nein's actually, you know, holding on pretty well.
Right. Yeah, they just gotta continue this for another 3.5 minutes. No big deal.
Yeah, it's 3.5 minutes. Not that long. He only has to push it like 10 meters, not even. But yeah, I definitely think Vengeance has this, not in the bag, but in somewhere. They have it somewhere. Fortify already taking Broomy out of mech, taking out Excel Ace as well. Now they're down with Orion, and there's the opportunity to keep using his ult. He gets Brett, and no Res does come out from Kitty Success. He does not get Rev in that though, and Volts will solo wall Goski, who did have his Res though. That was a huge pick, the only pick that Volts got on Tracer, and not gonna come out of it as his whole team dies, and Proto launching his Diva bomb into spawn. And yeah, GG's.
I was gonna say that Proto kind of threw with his ult. If he would have waited like 2 more seconds, he would have.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
But I think Proto pretty much did what every Diva should do, and I think I already said it. You gotta harass the Diva, or the Mercy, the opposing Mercy. You gotta make sure she cannot pull off a res, and if she does, you're making her hesitate so she could pick up a sloppy res.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like Diva is the character to do that. She doesn't do as much damage from afar, but it definitely is annoying to hear that constant shots of Diva on your back, right? And you know, it gives people not anxiety, but you know, pressure and intense nerves or whatever. You know, oh my God, there's a Diva on me. You know, help me out, right? And you know, I feel like if the Diva is smart enough, they'll end up killing the Mercy by the time the team realizes, oh, there's a Diva on our Mercy. And I definitely think that a Hog would have worked out for C9. God, for C9, but no, nothing out of it though. Vengeance does take the W there, and yeah, I gotta throw again real quick because I gotta eat dinner, which really sucks as I just came, but I gotta eat. I'm really hungry.
So he could come back from whatever he's doing, and I try to hold down the fort as best as I can.
Alright, thanks man, I'll be back though.
Hello?
Yo.
Alright, so Overbuff has forfeited because obviously they couldn't stay up this late. So because of that, we're going to allow Endeavor to actually pass. They were the team that Overbuff did beat. So while they do get their team ready, we are going to actually do our finals for the other side of the bracket, which is going to be, I believe, Lionheart versus Outlaws, which is I feel like is going to be a very good game. But I'm going to have to give a huge advantage to Lionheart with how tired they may be. But it's going to be super interesting seeing what does happen with how everything has been running around.
I mean, we got Lionheart, one of our Premier League teams, versus I would like to think probably the top EU team, even though we just saw the other EU team, you know, to be a force to be reckoned with. So it's definitely not a knock on their part. I just believe I know these members a little bit more than the other ones, and I'm quite excited. I think we have the regular Tracer, Pharah, Ryan, and then I think the Anna that we saw earlier from this match. And Lionheart usually runs the same. I think they run Pharmacy also with the Lucio, and your designated tanks as like Reinhardt and Roadhog. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on who's gonna take it with? Like, which team do you think is gonna edge out? For me, if I have to do anything, I think if I had to choose one, I'm gonna give it to Outlaws 2-1. I think
I'm gonna go to a close game. If Caesar is here, obviously we don't allow mid-series subs, well obviously we allow mid-tournament subs. So if Caesar is back, or if Digital Sith is online, I'm gonna have to give this to Lionheart. Because right now the only threat that I could see on Outlaws is Fangta. Because Alpha JJ on that Tracer has been absolutely phenomenal for these past few days. He's been playing with the best of the best, and he's been playing out of his mind. And I think right now, as he is, Alpha JJ, he could surpass Tarnies, forget even keep up with him. And with that ping issue, I could definitely see Alpha completely dominating the Tracer battle. So I'm gonna have to see Fangta to sort of perform on that Pharah, sort of force Alpha JJ to hop off the Tracer and go to the McCree. And I'm gonna have to see Caesar on that Soldier or the Hog, depending on what he wants to play, to sort of help contain those that DPS duo.
Well, I know if they cannot kill Cake, he is gonna be quite annoying. And hopefully we do not have any internet problems coming from Lionheart, as Caesar is their designated thrower in that department.
Yep, and but it's going to be very interesting to see who the last person from each team is going to be. Obviously, Lionheart has a very stacked out roster, but it looks like it might be creeping. While Outlaws, not much is known about their roster, and they might have to pull someone out. Obviously, they have to pull out somebody who is on their list. But obviously, Storm now hoping that he is alive. Lobby is actually private, and Zero Reborn is the EU player, I believe.
Okay, let's make sure we get him on the right team, as Alpha's on Lionheart and it's looking like he's on Outlaws right now. But yeah, they're gonna be playing on the same maps we just saw, so
no, this is actually round 3 now. That was round 2.
Okay, so then I'm Lion and Throwing. We're gonna be playing Watchpoint, Kings Row, and Nepal.
Watchpoint is gonna be a very interesting map, and going on to that, I didn't see anybody on the side of Outlaws play Roadhog, and I've said this multiple times before. I feel Watchpoint is heavily decided by how good a Ryan player is. And Caesar, as we know, can play phenomenal Ryan. And if he's not here, then Skirt is another phenomenal Ryan for this team. Just an all-around really strong tank-based team, I would say Lionheart is. It's going to be very interesting to see how Outlaws tries to combat this, as we do wait for Creepy to actually join back.
Yeah.
But
I swear, if Lionheart wins, they need to upgrade their internet connections.
use their prize pool completely for that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Sauce always says that he only thinks of internet as like the running hamster thing. So then now he got that image in my mind. I can't get it out.
All right, well, we're just
Creepio
gonna.
looks in.
Yep, and we're just about to start this up. I'm just gonna take a look at the settings again, and obviously make sure that both teams are ready. Since this is our final, we don't want to mess anything up. And they are an EU team, so we don't want to waste any of their time with like restarts of lobbies. And it does look like we're gonna start right away, as we don't have any problems. Now, this EU team coming out of nowhere, going to be playing up late at night. Tarnies, we know somebody who's actually done this regularly during AWL and during the qualifiers, as he stayed up, I believe, 3 nights back to back to back, just staying up late, because his team became extremely strong out of nowhere for the qualifiers. But I am wondering about everybody else. I know Fangta did participate in some Middle Eastern tournaments, but those were during the middle of the day, so he definitely has that stamina experience of staying up. But I'm questioning about everybody else on this team.
In terms of staying up, or in terms of...
Yeah, in terms of stamina, of keeping up that constant performance of staying up so long, since they are an EU team.
Boy, it's Friday. Like, unless you're old, you're not going to bed anytime soon.
Definitely not going to go to bed, but it's like 3 a.m., maybe 4 a.m. where they are. You can't assume that they're completely wide awake.
True, but I mean...
we're going to find out, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens.
Hey man, I'm just trying to watch Newport farm.
Trying to watch the Lucio compare it. Compare him to Brett. See all the mistakes he doesn't do.
Damn, Brett, you're gonna let him call you out like that? Alright, we got 3 seconds till the game comes off.
And Lionheart going for this super sneaky strat that they're known for. Nobody from Outlaw is really expecting this, as Fangta just going in, but that huge dive coming in right now. Immediate kill onto 0x, a perfect way to start this out. And now, kills going in their favor, as the Mercy's gonna go down. Carney's getting extremely low, gonna be forced by Zero on this Winston, and the Pharah going down, as all the kills right now just immediately going for Lionheart, as they just get a free win and wipe a minute off the timer. An amazing showing from them. Hopefully these strats will get implemented into comp games. But Cake actually does go down, so they're going to lose their main healing. So obviously now they're just going to do their best to stagger it out and get as much damage as they can. Zero also going to be going down. And it looks like they're finally going to push this, but time is still being wasted though, as they just need to kill these final few people. And they will, and a minute and 5 seconds now wasted, and they have more than enough time to come back and re-challenge this. A very intelligent strat coming out from Lionheart. It could be very interesting to see what they do. And now seeing what they have ran, the side of Lionheart immediately making those switches. Caesar now onto the Hog, and Zero back onto the Reinhardt. Gonna be very interested to see how they deal with that. And that pulse bomb not going to be getting the Mercy who was the target, but this tactical visor from Good Lag on the top just going to work right now, as a 2-man res comes in from Outlaws. So very interesting, as I felt like was completely unneeded. But even though they wasted that time, now going in the hangar stage with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, so they make up that time that they lost easily. However, Cake getting a trade on with Carney's, I would say a very good trade, as obviously the value is definitely there, as Tarnies is extremely fast on that tracer. But this triple DPS coming from Outlaws is definitely very strong. But however, Ripsnor getting the better of Fangsta. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do. A air shatter coming out, barrage coming out from Ripsnor, but however, not really getting anyone. Zero's air shatter only getting Zero is fallen. So But however, Tarny's actually going for Alpha JJ. He's going to be taking him out immediately. And now Rez back up for the side of Lionheart. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do. Tarny's has been on Cake non-stop. And because of that, the Rez hasn't been obviously the best situation. However, though, Alpha JJ getting the better of iGoodLad this time. And right now, kills going both ways. It's a little bit of back and even, but Spankta on this fair with the barrage, it just insta-wipes the team and gets and finally allows them to push through hangar stage.
Yeah, Outlaws is looking very good right now with over 4 minutes and a half, pushing this into the final end phase.
Yep, and just coming in. Ult advantage now actually in the favor of Lionheart, so they could actually hold this, and they need to somehow kill this time, as they have a massive time bank. Poke Bomb actually getting a 0 and Alpha JJ. Ripsnore gonna be taking out a Tarny, but it's gonna be forcing the Rez out from Lionheart regardless, and now they're just backing up as their tanks are low. And
Here's where the whole hall coming from.
Hog coming in, gonna immediately push that Rhine shield off, and it's gonna reset this fight. Well, gonna give them the win as the huge air shatter from Zero just goes to work. But now Tarny's in the back line trying to farm this hog, but needs to get out with his life so he doesn't get staggered. However, though, Tarny's gets a 2-man before dying, a perfect trade-off for him as he gets the Hog and the Lucio. But Ripsnore on this Pharah, while he's been the main pain for them, he sadly hasn't been carrying enough. You need Alpha JJ to either hop on to the McCree or Tracer, where he's a little bit more well-known and a little bit more well-consistent. But Tarny's right now on this Tracer just going to work in the backline. Tactical Visor being popped by Goodlad on the high ground, just going to work as kills are going their favor. Rez is up for Cake, so he's going to pop this Rez and reset the fight. Sound barrier coming from both sides. Spankta not getting anyone with the barrage thanks to that sound barrier from Creepy. But kills going for both sides. However, though, the poop onto the Zarya, Caesar getting pushed off the map. Tactical Visor coming out from Alpha JJ, getting a lot of people low, but not really getting any kills. However, though, Zero getting that charge onto the soldier, but finally Lionheart is going to hold this point with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But no, they're just constantly staying aggressive. They're not regrouping at all. They're just rushing in, and they're going to actually push it in.
I think the main focus on this was that Cake was getting hardcore focused, as opposed to the opposing Mercy that really didn't die. You know, not even half the amount of times that Cake did. Not saying that Cake is doing bad, just that she's getting heavily focused, so she's gonna need somebody to protect her, like the Diva did in the previous match, or even a Roadhog that could hook whoever's coming at her properly.
Yep. Obviously, Diva play not necessarily well known on the side of Lionheart, but I couldn't agree more. Where they need something to protect Cake. Virus has been just staying alive with Spankta, just going to that backline, just doing all this work. While Ripsnore, I felt like was out Pharahing him. He kept shooting him out of the sky, but sadly wasn't enough. And now going into this 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, that's a pretty big time bank to beat.
Especially on this map. This is I believe the longest map that you could play on. And it's just very annoying to even go through most of the stages here.
State-of-the-art facilities these days.
No real changes coming out either for each team. They're pretty much running the same exact thing. The Outlaws are running. I believe Ripsnore's now on the Roadhog instead of the Pharah. And they're running the standard 2-2-2 comp. Let's see how they're gonna tackle this offensive. 5 seconds to start. Let's see if Lionheart will match the power that the Outlaws came out with.
Yep, and this a very triple DPS comp been played by Outlaws, and it's been working out pretty great for them, as Good Lad on this high ground has been doing so much work. And they don't seem to have anybody go up there. Again, something maybe that Diva could have done to push the high ground, but Cake's gonna be going down to Tarnies. Something we brought up, no protection for him. He's just, Cake is getting constantly picked off, and you gotta start wondering about the Mercy pick. And now, going in. Going into this, Caesar now going on the Genji, something that I felt was definitely needed. They need somebody to go up there and challenge them. Zero gonna be diving with them. However, Tarny's getting the better of him on that Tracer Genji battle. It's gonna be very interesting to see what happens. Spankta gonna be shooting Alpha JJ. A hook coming on the Meeper, but however the follow through isn't there. And now a very weird thing, as they both go Tracer and Genji for the side of Lionheart, as that's their DPS duo, and because of that, nobody can really focus on Spankta, so he's given a lot of free room to work with.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why Lionheart's necessarily running this dive comp. I don't really see the double skirmish focusing the target. I don't see Virus, you know, taking any damage whatsoever. This is a very unique pick that they're doing. Hopefully it turns around in their favor.
Yep, and the res gonna be coming out. However, though, the res onto the fair actually doesn't, as he just barely survived. And hammer down coming out from Zero, but however, the follow through is all there. As Outlaws is completely dominating this. There isn't even much to say, as it's completely a one-sided show in this. Outlaws looking extremely strong. This time difference is not putting them to sleep at whatsoever. And going into this
is a really commanding hold from the side of Overwatch Outlaws, though. The ship hasn't even gone underneath the bridge, so they haven't really pushed it about halfway of the first point, which is pretty rare. I mean, I know back in Season 1 they actually changed the first point of this hangar phase, because before it used to be just under the bridge.
Yep, and they really need to deal with Good Lad to sort of, they need their individual players to sort of start performing better. Caesar needs to outshine Good Lad on the soldier on the high ground. Farah needs to get dealt with on the high ground. Riptorn needs to hit a pretty big hook. And something needs to tick in that fight if there's any chance. Alpha JJ starting that fight, getting a kill onto Zero. A good way to start, but might not be enough. However, though, Virus going down, and that's exactly what they need, as they have 4 kills right now into this 5, as the only one who survived was Good Lad on the soldier. And a hook onto the Reinhardt, gonna immediately get that pick. However, those soldiers getting pressured by the Winston. Kills actually now going in the favor of Lionheart. However, Cake not gonna be able to pop, not gonna be able to go in for the res, as res isn't even up, and they're gonna be held on first point of watch point.
Damn, they did him dirty.
Yep.
I thought they were gonna at least cap out the first point, maybe get the additional minute or so because they kept the first point, and then be stopped in the second point. They didn't even get that far. I think what they should have done is be a little bit more aggressive. At the final point, they had 2 people on the point, and I wasn't too sure where was the rest of their team. They should have had 3 on the point, and instantly gave Rip Snore some assistance when he hit the opposing Reinhardt in.
Yep, and I couldn't agree more. And now Ripsnor on this Pharah is something I want to talk about. I felt like he performed quite well on that Pharah and was almost outshining Fangta. I'm kind of sad that he did switch off. I would have personally seen a triple DPS dive come out from them to sort of combat it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's just because this team doesn't practice much on Gibraltar, or they were trying something else new. But I don't really think that they got much value out of the dive comp they're running. I think they should have stayed more to the classic, pharmacy and a hit scan, or not running dive. I don't know what else they could have done. Maybe a Zarya here, a Zen here. But they really did not kill the opposing Mercy, which is the virus. And I don't think I've seen Meeper go down more times than like maybe twice. So they didn't do too much of a job pressuring the supports or anything like that. Fangta pretty much had free range in the skies and did whatever he wanted.
Traveling to Nepal.
Yep. And obviously the EU team just like staying up late. And going into this Nepal, again, I'm gonna have to see a few of these guys actually outshine.
Well, I don't know. I don't really think Outlaw's gonna change anything.
Yep. But Good Lad actually now going on to Zarya, as we saw, he was constantly staying at a high charge. It's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the opposing team running a Zarya. And unless they could really kill this Mercy, Lucio, and Tracer with that monkey, I don't really see that being an amazing pick.
Yep, I couldn't agree more, but seeing this come out now, Good Lad on the running the 2-2-2, going to be very interesting to see how they combat this. And Ripsnor immediately getting a kill onto the Lucio, exactly what you wanted. A perfect way to start out. Zero getting massively pressured right now as the Mercy's forced to stay on him. However, both Mercies now down for each side. It's going to be a straight up brawl. Creepy going down, so both supports down for both sides. Carney getting extremely low. It's just Good Lad, and Meeper actually does come back, but it's already a little bit too late as they are going to take the point.
I am the rocket queen.
And Good Lad now going on the Hog to sort of combat this dive is definitely a good switch.
Someone called for it.
Oh, Rip, we know who the better Pharaoh is now, don't we, boys?
I am the rocket queen.
But going into this now, Caesar on the soldiers to sort of help Ripsnor on the DPS. But Fangta with his barrage is going to be up. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do now. And
I feel like... Go ahead.
And as we do get into this, Liner immediately pushing point, but Zero being left on his own. A little bit random, but they do take the point. However, they're going to immediately lose as all the kills are actually going both ways right now. But no, Outlaws is finally going to take the advantage. Pulse bomb coming out of Alpha JJ, but it's sadly not enough. Good Lad on that Hog, immediately shutting down Alpha JJ. The res coming out from Cake, but again, Carney's just hunting down this Mercy because nobody's able to protect him effectively. Gets immediately shut down. They need Alpha JJ to sort of focus that Mercy player just as much, if not more. And Ripsnor now going on the Hog is going to be very interesting to see what they do.
Rocket queen.
Respect your elders.
Taking quite a long time to regroup, Lionheart. They're gonna come through the center here.
And they're gonna take this fight onto the point. 80%. Should they lose this fight, this will be last fight. And a huge pick onto creeping as both supports are down, so there's no point of res, and they're gonna take this first map on Village extremely one-sided, 15% to 100.
First round, 1.
It's a very commanding win there for King of the Hill.
Score 1-0.
Yep, and Lionheart needs to somehow take advantage. I feel like they're playing very passively against Tarnies. If Tarnies is flanking your back line, you need to push into their front line and try to take advantage of that. Obviously, with that ping issue, Overwatch is a game built around shooters' advantage. So that actually gives Tarnies a little bit of an advantage as the ping doesn't hit him too hard. But going into this, it's going to be really interesting to see what Lionheart has in plan, because that has to be the key player that's just popping off. But going into this, everybody on the side of Lionheart getting low. Vengance actually, pushing Caesar off the map, but Alpha JJ, that's exactly what we needed to see, as he immediately takes down the DPS duo. However, gets immediately taken down by a good lad on that hog. And Alpha JJ is going to have to consistently be going for that if there's any hope of them taking this. And Alpha JJ on this McCree might be the exact answer they need, as he domed both DPSs immediately.
Yeah, but he's gonna need more help from his teammates to do more than just that, though.
Yep, and going into this, Zero immediately going down. That's a perfect way to start this fight. Fanta going down, Res coming up from both sides. However, the advantage is actually going to be to Lionheart, as they did switch, as the tank did, not the tank, but the DPS didn't get revived. However, Fanta just going to be getting those 2 kills, going to be giving them an advantage. Good lad on the Zarya, just going to work. However, the Ripsnore on that hog, supporting his team. Caesar hunting down the Pharah, hunting down the supports, getting all those kills with those tactical visors. However, there's only so much one man can do, as everybody else on Lionheart has died. However, now those 60% to 0. Lionheart trying to bring this back. However, the Mercy virus just staying alive, healing everybody. Nobody is focusing him, as he's free to do whatever he wants with the heals. And we're now going into this. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do, as Tarnies takes out Cake. Fanta getting the kill onto the Ryan, and Soldier taking out his counter. Alpha JJ been popping off, but it's not enough. Caesar now going on to Zarya, but they're going to be able to contest this, but the ults aren't going to be in that much of a huge advantage, as they're only going to have High Noon and Earth Shatter. However, though, good start on to Meeper with that sound barrier is exactly what they needed. But the High Noon shutting that down with the Mercy and High Noon going down. The res is not going to be up. It's going to be up to the Ryan to hit a huge shatter, and that's exactly what they needed, as he takes out Tarnies and the Mercy, as they're finally going to take this point.
Let's hope that Lionheart can finish out this match there. Finally take control of the point. Hopefully they can maintain it.
Yep, and but a huge ult for the side of Outlaws. This is going to be an extremely tough point to hold. Fanta popping the ult in the back, only getting creepy out of it. But however, though, a kill on the Zero to re-counter that. Red coming up from Cake, a perfect way to start this out. However, though, Graviton coming out, Tarny's getting hooked and pulled in, but it doesn't matter as everybody else on Lionheart has died. And now it's into overtime, and nobody's going to be able to come back to contest this as they do take it 2-0.
Nah, unless they're gonna start focusing Virus and kill him, I don't see this going on Lionheart's favor. Whoever's playing the Virus, he is not going down. He's barely taking any damage.
Yup, and just that Mercy play alone, Virus is coming in huge. You need to figure out a way to contain him at least at the smallest.
Alrighty, I'm back. Rolling.
Alright, you're back.
So, can you like fill me in on the series? What's up right now?
I believe this is the second map. Lionheart versus Overwatch Outlaws. Overwatch Outlaws are up 2-0 in King of the Hill, and they're fighting for control point right now.
Alright, so they have a lead in the series 1-0. Whoever wins gets in the PWL.
Yep.
Oh, nice. It's a good game right here. So I guess I'll take over for you. And I guess you want to go back to your team, but yeah, Zero getting a great pin there on Xerox, and oh wow, we picked up 2 on Alpha and Creepy over there, and just go down by Rip Snort there, but not really getting on the point. Alright, Fankta, I remember scrimming against him with a new team there, but Carney as well going in with the Tracer. He's a really good Tracer, and if I'm not mistaken, these are a lot of EU players, right?
What was that? Sorry.
I said there's a lot of EU players, right?
Yeah, the Overwatch Outlaws in blue are all EU players.
Yeah, see this nice EU vs NA matchup. Yeah, I mean this is Lionheart, right? Yeah, Lionheart. So Lionheart versus the Outlaws. Alright, pretty cool name, Outlaws. Not gonna lie. Kind of overextended though, I could say, but you know, they're starting to back up, which is good game sense. But Creepio taking out Tarny's in the back, you know, just handling that Tracer. But Good does get a pick there on Alpha as well, and this is an even fight. And the one thing that's gotta happen is they gotta try to take out Fankta, and he's a solid player, and he can definitely get picks if you're not paying attention. But Tarny goes down again. Rift Snort is in their spawn. He just, you know, comes out of nowhere and just hooks Tarny's right there and gets him. And Fankta, they're solo upping Creepio, but Xerox as well taking out Scepter out of mech. Alpha JJ will take out Fankta. That's a huge pick there for the side of Lionheart there, and as well as Cake there, resing as well. Giving them the opportunity, but no, the side of Outlaws, they come back and they get 3 solid picks right there, and that's enough to you know, keep them alive in this, right?
Yep, it's pretty much GG's though.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was already at 80, so yeah, they gotta get on point, otherwise it's gonna be a big game, and a sweep right here to get into the PWL. And yeah, I think that's it. GG and welcome to the PWL Outlaws. Yep, welcome. And a 3-round sweep right there, and a sweep in the series as well. And you welcome our first pro EU team, I guess you could say.
Yeah, they're coming from the bottom half of the bracket there. Overwatch Outlaws took down Frostbite, then they took out Mike Talk, which I believe was another EU team.
Okay.
And then they're playing Lionheart now, and they are in the finals. But basically, we're doing top 2 teams for each day makes it to the PWL. So they're already our first win. Now we're gonna be going. Yeah. Now we're gonna be going on to, I believe, is Vengance versus Overbuff Sweats, but I think due to time zone constraints, they will be forfeiting. So I believe Endeavor will be coming up from that. If I could get some confirmation in the staff chat about that, that'd be great. But yeah, I mean, I think Overwatch Outlaws showed that even if you have some time zone issues, if you want to play, you can. A lot of people are giving flack for EU teams, but I welcome it. We need to grow as an Overwatch community, and that involves EU. My only issue would be I hope that all the EU players know that this is an average night. Most of the time, you will be playing around this time. Normally, our streams start from 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 6, and we usually go on till a bit later after this time. So if you think 9:40 right now that you're playing is kind of late, that's
Yeah, it goes
probably
later.
the average. Yeah, the average time. So it does go later. So I hope everybody can foresee this and start making plans. Everybody has 6 main roster teams, and we allow you to pick up 3 more subs that you can, swap around. So make sure you guys got people, even if you got to sleep in rotations or something, or pick up an NA guy just for the fact that he will be on at this time for worst case scenarios. But congratulations to Overwatch Outlaws for being our first EU squad coming in and coming out hot. I know a few of those guys that were playing. Meeper was probably the best support player out there in the EU side. I never really played with Funkta, but I always heard a lot of him. I'm actually surprised I didn't see Dark Assassinator.
Yeah, Otaku 2.0 for
I believe that's their nickname.
Silence team, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and yeah, it's gonna be nice to see them finally play. But you see Brett joining in.
Yeah, I'm here to bail, I think, Primera out, give him a break for a little while.
Oh, all right. I already resigned my whole night here, but I'll just be chilling then. I'm gonna mute myself
cool.
then. Peace out.
Cool.
All
What's
right,
going
peace
on,
out,
guys? Yeah, Brett's gonna be hopping in here for the last game, so congratulations, obviously, to Overwatch Outlaws. Definitely showed up. I mean, they came in, they said they were gonna attempt to qualify, a lot of hype around them, and we all saw Tarny's help Discrepancy qualify and play through the open bracket a couple weeks ago. So seeing his team now back in the Premier League, that's really cool to see. They definitely earned it. And definitely a top team. We've seen a lot of really good matches today. I mean, a ton. And this one has a lot of potential here. Obviously, I'm sure you've went over it. Overbuff, Sweat, or what is it? What was her name? Overbuff Sweats?
Yes, Sweat something, I'm not sure. But
Overbuff Sweats, yeah. So they did beat Endeavor, but they then had to go. So, what are you saying, invite? Vengeance? Oh, I don't have anybody mega. We need Fortifies, who I don't have.
who's on the team?
Oh, I have Goshki. So,
okay.
So yeah, Overbuff Sweats, they obviously won, but now they're forfeiting. So for me, very hyped for them comeback last series against Sea Nein. All I know is Proto's Diva is maybe the worst thing in Overwatch in a good way. This man's Matrix eats everything. This man's Matrix eats other Divas' Matrix. So keep an eye on him here to just be an absolute freaking headache to the side of Endeavor. And on Endeavor, we do see Rip the Slayer stepping in. We don't see Gunbro. He's going to be subbed out heading into this last match. And Rip the Slayer making his PWL return. Exciting stuff here. One of the better hit scans. We've seen him put in some work before. So let me hear give me your pick, Jan. Who's taking this one home and who's making the Premier League?
I definitely have to give it to Endeavor. Like, just a lot of people that I know personally. I'm not gonna shame Vengeance. They definitely they did good against you guys. Obviously, Proto was pretty much carrying on Diva. As hard as it is to say that, it's pretty much true. But yeah, I mean, I think the players that Endeavor has, I think, especially with Rip now, he's such a good hit scan player, especially as McCree. It's unbelievable if you've seen some of his clips. But yeah, I really think, and also yeah, Schick as well, a really good tracer, and Roadhog as well. I really feel like they could take this. I mean, this is a team from the days of 5 mics, like long time ago, right? So, I mean, some of these players have really good chemistry together, and I feel like Endeavor could take this. Well, what do you think, man?
I'm actually going to go with Vengeance, and I think a lot of it has to do with that freaking Diva, man. That thing is hard to counter. It's a headache. I know they were running Goshki on the Mercy, so that's going to be a headache for them, and they're really going to have to focus a lot into it. I know Schick on the Tracer can do a good job, and Whiskey can play as Zenyatta, so you look for them to probably slap a Discord onto the Diva and just start melting them. We are going to see Scorchy pick Diva off the rip. Keep them showing us a lot of good hit scan action so far tonight. So let's see if he's going to come out on the Genji or if we're going to see him get onto the McCree. Obviously, team's kind of talking about comps here, but I'm going to go with Vengeance. I think it's going to be a really close series. I'm going to say 2-1, and we're going to see every map here tonight. But I would not be surprised if Endeavor does pull this out for sure. Looks like we're going to see Ana Lucio with. Are we going to see a defensive Winston? Gibraltar, great for Winston. We might see them actually throw this dive here right off the rip, this super aggressive play style. Wouldn't surprise me at all. If they do, it looks like that might be exactly what we're going to see here. So this is going to be interesting if they can kind of stall, burn some time off, and then get that second fight right there at the door. Going to be a lot of pressure here on Vengeance. They have to try to clean this up. You seen this? You seen what they do here? What these teams elect to do, Jen?
They sit up top and just jump down on them.
They're gonna dive right on them. Quick play strats. We've seen a couple pro teams do it, so let's see. We've seen Lionheart do this. Let's see if how this works out. As the doors are getting ready to open, we are going to see the Lionheart Hog triple tank, exact same stuff we saw to them last round. Looks like Endeavor doesn't know that they're going to be doing that. Hog's actually going to push up a little too far. Diva's going to fly right into the room and see them all now as the fight starts to happen. Whiskey does sleep Fortify on the Hog, and now the dive is happening. Scorchy takes Proto out of mech. That's a huge pick there for the side of Endeavor, as this fight might be going in their favor. Scorchy's going to get taken out of mech as well, as Fortified takes him out. Now we're going to see Judge clean up Scorchy, so he's completely out of this fight, and it looks like Vengeance might be swinging this one back in their favor. Schick takes out Gochki, but then he is taken out by Fortified. Sek drops Kiefdom, and then Fortified drops Osek. So trades going back and forth. This one is in favor of the offense, seeing as how spawns are on their side, and it looks like we're going to see Endeavor back up here and try to hold up the door.
Yeah, we kind of see Whiskey just commit suicide there, just get on the point and reset with his whole team. But yeah, definitely both Divas, they were both taken out, but they put in enough work to annoy both sides, and I really feel like it's going to be a really big Diva battle. But already Ripper Slayer popping his visor, but will get taken out by Keystone though. That was a huge pick there by him with the aimbot. It's really hard to take out a soldier like that, and he did it. And also Proto taking out Schick in the back right there, and Judge also taking out Scorchy out of mech, and Hammer Down also coming out from Judge. And this point is already going to go to the offense, which is Vengeance.
Yeah, not a lot of value there on Keefdom's blade, as he did pop out a little late in the fight, but a huge Earth Shatter there out of Judge, and Proto putting in a ton of damage on that Diva. He does have his bomb ready, Goshki has res, Sek's going to have his Primal Rage, and Scorchy's closing in on his bomb as well. So look for these in this fight. First up closing in on that sound barrier. The dive immediately here coming out of the side of Endeavor as they're fighting in the right room here. You see Sek popping his Primal, taking out Goshki. That's going to be a huge pick there for him. Proto then gets taken out of mech as these fights are going back and forth. Sek cleaning up on that Primal Rage. Ripper Slayer chiming in here, also helping take the Diva out of mech. Schick's going to clean up Fortify, and this one for sure is going in favor of Endeavor, as they're going to win this fight.
Yeah, and I think they're just trying to take out Keefdom right here, who's kind of stuck with the Discord, and yeah, Rip's going to get a nice late pick there and a stagger on Keefdom there, and now they got to regroup and wait more time, but they have 4 minutes, which is really solid. We see Fortify switch over to Tracer right there, so no more triple tank, and they're going to be doing with this double flanker with the Divas. It's going to be very annoying, but here we go, both teams starting to come back, and we see Schick stick Judge right there, but Whiskey will go down to Fortify in the backline. Beat drop though coming out from Silent right there, and as he's helping his team push up, and the payload's just on the way. Proto was just sitting on the point moving that payload. but you know, both flankers are coming in, getting huge picks. Silent goes down, Rip goes down, Scorchy and Sek all go down. And, you know, offense is going to be able to push this without any trouble. I really felt like that D.Va was just so annoying, pushing the point while the fight was going on in the back, like, and they had to regroup, and it was a disaster there for Endeavor.
Yeah, we're going to see Endeavor not actually give this one up. A Schick is able to contest, and they're going to come in big Earth Shatter out of Judge. He's gotten huge value out of these, and that's because they're running a Winston to counter him. These picks are all going in favor of Endeavor. Schick is going to take out Fortify with a Pulse Bomb, and we're going to see Sek pop that Primal Rage. Now a Rez comes in out of Ghosty, trying to keep his guys alive. He's already building that back pretty quick. Fight on the point. Sek is going to jump onto the Lucio and start applying damage. Schick takes out Judge, and then Short Stuff takes out Sek, followed by a pick to keep them on the Whippy Sunny Pines, who's had a really tough time with these skirmishers. Fortify takes out Rip. Short Stuff takes out Ship, and this is going all in favor of Vengeance here. Big bomb here coming out of Scorchy. I don't know if that's going to do enough, though. He's going to take out Keefdom, trying to contest as long as he can. He's going to hop almost off a point. Sek comes in, bomb coming out of the side of Proto. Not going to get any, but he's going to allow for that payload to start moving. B-Chop coming out of Short Stuff. So if anything, they're doing a great job of forcing all of this. Oh, double support ult on the side of Endeavor. That's not what you want there. Red's coming out for Goshki. There are a ton of us being used. Schick with the bomb takes Proto out of mech, and Endeavor's getting picks just when it wasn't going to go in their favor. That's going to be 3 picks for them, 4 picks for them. They're winning this team fight, no problem. We are going to see Fortify take out Whiskey, though, and Short Stuff trying to stay alive. He's going to get dropped by Osek. Fortify, last one alive. He's going to just back out, and Endeavor able to hold on and keep this point going.
Yeah, I did blow both support ults, though, and I don't know if that was the best thing for them, as well as they used Rip's ult that kind of got blocked off by Proto. But, you know, Scorchy's already back to his ult and his bomb. It's going to help out a lot, you know, getting the team off the point and, you know, giving time for his team to get a breather, as well as Osek with his ult as well. And Judge, they're taking out Wispy as well as Fortify, so both supports down for Endeavor. I don't know if this is going to be doable. Genji Blade as well. Scorchy with his ult getting 0 picks with that D.Va bomb. And Keefdom does tank out Rip the Slayer with his Dragon Blade, and he does get something out of it at least. Scorchy to take out Proto out of mech, but we'll take out Fortify as well, and he's about to go down as well, and he's just sitting on the point as a big D.Va. Rip taking out Ghosty right there, but the point is going to go to the side of Vengeance as they clean it up. I really felt like if they didn't use both support outs, they may have had a chance right there. You know, stop that Genji Blade.
Burning them both last fight was huge. I said it right when it happened. That was going to be a huge mistake for them. So they're going to try to hold on here as Silent is closing in on his B-Chop. We get a ton of ults coming up for the side of Vengeance, though. Whereas Scorpion just switching on that Zarya, we have to build that grab pretty quick. First pick going in favor of Judge. Takes out Schick, and then we're going to see Fortify take out Silent. So we see the side of Endeavor deciding to go with no main shield tank, allowing for the D.Va to basically be their main shield tank. Nobody on the payload as they're cleaning up these kills right now. The Sek does take out Ghosty in that fight, and we're going to see Rip up top, around back. He has that attack visor, probably looking to make a play here, and with only the D.Va to counter it, he might be able to get some good value out of it. We're going to see a bomb here out of Proto, not get anybody. Here comes Rip on that attack visor. He's going to take out the Genji and help Sek take out the Lucio. Picks all going in favor now of the side of Endeavor as they're cleaning up. Fortify does take out Wispy, but it's not going to be enough, and Schick drops in. Great positioning there out of Rip, and he's going to help his team get that team kill, close this one out, and continue to burn time up the clock.
Yeah, definitely great attack visor there by Rip, and you know, he's got to help with these Sunny Pines with these double flankers. It's really getting to him. You know, he's seen that picked a lot. It's I don't know if that was you know, a wise idea to pick the Zen, but I mean, it's working so far, and they only have a minute left. And a pulse bomb there from Schick getting Keep as well as Rip taking out Fortify. Both flankers are down as well as Sek. Now they're just gonna wipe this right here. Just, you know, Osek is pushing in the spawn. You know, D.Va's coming out of mech. They're gonna maybe stagger her as much as they possibly can. Yeah, they're not killing her. A very smart idea over them. And they're just gonna back up and not give this D.Va ult charge so she can get her mech back quickly. But you know, I don't know how much you can do. She's already at 65 and she's about to get it back. But still, really good job there by Rip the Slayer and the rest of Endeavor.
So we're going to see Judge out of position. He's going to get dropped by Schick right there. And Ghost taking a ton of damage now. He's going to actually decide to pull on that res. Short's up taking a ton of damage on point as well. Here comes the trance out of Whiskey, but it's not going to be enough to keep Silent alive. Pulse Bomb coming out of Fortify isn't going to get anybody. We are going to see keep him dive in and take out Whiskey. He's having a very hard time with these skirmishers. Judge takes out Scorchy and Keep him then takes out Rip. So this payload is starting to move now. With a beat drop though on the side of Endeavor. Look for them to come back and use it. Silent's going to drop it, but he's actually not going to even get it off as the whole hog keeps him in the air. Whiskey trying to get back. He's not going to be able to. And we're going to see the side of Vengeance cap this with about 10 seconds left. So
wow, look at that grab.
Juicy grab. Just too late, unfortunately. As we did see, I think, 3 ults in the grave there for Endeavor. So not something you ever want to do, but when deaths start getting staggered, it can get hard for sure.
Yeah, no.
Biggest thing I'm going to say is if we're going to see those double skirmishers out of the side of Vengeance again, I don't want to see Wispy on the Zen. I understand that you might need that Discord to melt the D.Va, but if you're not going to protect him with maybe a D.Va of your own, or keep your hit scan, parked right next to him, that Tracer Genji were getting far too much value just taking Wispy out of almost every fight, making it really hard, and then that, defeats the purpose of even having the Discord, because that doesn't stay when the Zenyatta's dead. So keep an eye to see what they decide to do there.
Yeah, exactly, and we're gonna see Schick stay on Tracer. He was doing okay. He did get picked a lot by Judge though, and he was doing really solid on Roadhog, to keep Ghosty alive as much as he can. And they did really good. I mean, if they still had 9 more seconds, that would have been great for Endeavor. But obviously, maybe that fight, popping Lucio ult would have been better to do that quicker, and not hoping that you would respawn with those ults. And as you said, they died with 3 ults, and that's never something you want to do, right? And especially with as strong an ult as Grav, you can really turn a fight around with that 1 ult, and maybe that could have happened, but we're gonna see there's some interesting plays on this map. Obviously, we see Vengeance kind of holding up top. We see the Hog and the Proto up there, just chilling up there, and they're probably gonna jump down and do the same thing, right? So yeah, let's see how the side of Endeavor takes this. I mean, Wispy's still on Zen, so
yeah, we'll see what they do here. Interesting to see how Vengeance holds this first point. Obviously, with this dive coming in, they got to be careful not to get picked. Here comes Sek right now. He does have that orb on him, and he's putting out a ton of damage, and they're going to take out Fortify. That's huge. You got to be a little bit more passive than that. You can't be getting picked up there. And now Schick takes out Goshki, as this is just all Osek takes out Keatham. Silent takes out Judge, and they are fragging out right now. Just Proto left. He's left behind, trying to get away without losing his mech. He's got plenty of health left. Looks like he will. Starting to take a little poke now, but he's going to get back. And that's a complete team wipe in favor of Endeavor. Vengeance trying to decide if they're going to come back. Looks like they're going to try to throw some bodies here. Proto leading the way, takes quite a bit of damage here, comes through the choke. Now the support's trying to also get through. We are going to see D.Va Proto get up to high ground and start applying damage. They have a Sombra now coming out of Fortify. Interesting to see how this works out for them. He does take out Wispy, but that's 2 picks in favor of Endeavor, including the D.Va mech. Judge takes out Silent, but Rip's going to take out Proto. All going in favor of Endeavor here. Just Fortify left on the Sombra. He gets taken out of invisibility. He's going to get melted. Endeavor does a great job there capping A, and he's going to roll to B, or roll to the inside, trying to get these picks and cleaning up the staggered spawns.
Yeah, great job there by especially Rip and Schick. They really went in there, and you saw their names in the top right a lot, and there we go, we got Keith again. Schick and Rip, he has his visor as well as Schick. He has his bomb, and they can really do some damage with that. And not a lot of ults for the side of Vengeance. They have 0 right now, but they're about to get their Lucio ult soon. But this is gonna change the pyramid there. There we go. Judge gets a pick on Rip right there. He was trying to get high ground advantage, but Fortify loses the 1v to Schick, and Ghosty goes down. Or sorry, Ghosty takes down Osek, and Silent also takes down Keitham, and Wispy Sunny Pies will go down to Judge. A pulse bomb coming out from Schick. He will solo out Judge right there, taking out Proto in the back, taking out Scorchy, and this fight is just going left, right, and center, both picks. But I feel like Endeavor has to just regroup and wait for the rest of the reinforcements to come back, and there we go. Proto gets another pick. Silent goes down as well, and Endeavor has to regroup right here. I'm still questionable about the Zen, but I guess it's okay right now. They have 4 minutes, right? So
Well, I understand the point of the Zen. The point of the Zen is to slap that Discord onto the D.Va mech and melt it. It's really the best way to counter the D.Va. But with this skirmisher of Fortify here, it's just doing far too much damage, and they're still not going with that shield tank. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works for them. They're going to have to definitely fight as a team. But there we go. See it happen again. Whiskey just gets taken out by the skirmisher. We're going to see Judge take out second. This is definitely going to be another team fight one in favor of Vengeance. Silent trying to play his life and stay alive, but gotta be careful not to get staggered here as he's trying to get out. He is going to get out with some nifty wall running there. Good stuff by Silent. And we're going to see Endeavor group up, but they gotta either keep Rip by Wispy or keep Scorchy by Wispy. Someone's got to stay next to him, because you know what? Look where Fortify is. He's waiting to hop on Wispy. He's on him right now. He's doing this over and over. Judge takes out Silent, and Silent was trying to help. The supports are the only ones trying to keep this Tracer off Wispy, and it's just not working for them right now. Pulse Bomb coming on the shit. Throw take out Keith, and then we'll even this fight out. We hear a Nano Boost onto the Tracer. That's an interesting target. We've seen this work before at the pro scene. Fortify's trying to put some damage in the stack. He's going to pop the Primal Rage. Wispy is then going to come out with this Transcendence, as we are seeing Endeavor throw off and trying to win this fight for sure. Right now we see Proto going down into the basement because he's trying to keep his Zordhog alive, as Judge does ult second, taking out Fortify, takes out Rip the Slayer, and it looks like Vengeance might hold on here. Just as I say that, Proto gets taken out of mech by Wispy, and then drops Wispy as Baby D.Va. Schick last alive with Silent as they're trying to contest, but they got to be careful not to get staggered. Silent getting taken down low. He's one shot. He's going to get dropped right as he gets his beat drop. And another fight going in favor of Vengeance.
Yeah, definitely. And you were saying that Fortify was just on Wispy all time, and there he switches to Mercy right there. I would say Anna might work, but you know, Mercy's definitely much better than Zen. He was just getting too much damage from Fortify, and he's not someone you just want to turn your eye on. He's definitely not the worst Tracer, but he's not the best, and he's someone that you gotta worry about as well in the background. And you know, we see Visor coming out from Rip, not really getting anyone. Fortify will pulse bomb Silent right there. High Noon coming out from Keith, he will take out Schick right there, and Rip does take out Fortify with his Helix, but will go down to Judge right there, and just, you know, whole team of Endeavor just gets wrecked in that one room right there. And you know, Vengeance holds on yet again, and you know, they just can't solve the D.Va. I really feel like you're right. I think it's starting to become a reality. The D.Va is carrying 100%.
Inside streets phase, or inside, whatever you want to call it, hangar phase, it's tough with all the different high grounds. And this no main tank comp benefits the side of Vengeance because they're not running Lionheart on the other side. We are going to see a pretty juicy grab here out of Scorchy, but no follow-up onto it. The Nano going on to Proto. That's a scary sight as this D.Va does a ton of damage here, and it's almost impossible to kill. It's going to take out Wispy. Judge takes out Set. Fortify takes out Schick, and Keith takes out Silent. This is looking like all Vengeance right now, as this D.Va is just too big of a problem. And like I said, with no main tank, you can't punish them for not running a shiv tank of their own. I mean, you do have Sec on that Winston, but like I said, that Earth Shatter on the Reinhardt would just be so nice right now. And they keep trying to take high ground here, which I understand. They're going to push Judge. They're right on him, and he's actually going to get taken down. Big play there out of Schick as he switches on the Roadhog. That's huge. It's exactly what they needed. We are going to see the bomb out of Proto in that small room. Might get somebody. Isn't going to get anyone, actually. Instead, he's going to get in the mech. He's got to try to 1v1 Schick. His hog switch working out perfectly for Endeavor as Sec takes out Short Stuff. And Rip takes out Ghostly. He can look for behind Noon. Isn't going to get anyone. He's taken down the one shot. Big Helix Rocket there out of Rip as he is finally starting to get some kills flowing in his favor. And it looks like they might start to, they might actually cap this point. Chip hooks Judge as this was the first pick that got the whole thing rolling. Ghostly's back now on the Anna, but he's got to be careful not to get chained late. Beat drop coming in for Silent, keeping his team alive. Might not have been needed, but I understand why you do it. You don't want to lose here. You do not want. If you die here, you might as well use the ult. But if you die here, the map's over. So I understand why Silent did it, and his team is going to cap point. They're going to head into this last bit, and they're going to have a chance to force overtime here on Gibraltar. Some late staggered spawns. These could be huge. Endeavor needs to take advantage of these. They're going to get Proto out of mech. That's a huge pick, and those are going to be really big picks there for them. They got to play aggressive, but keep 3 on the mech as well, and get as much as they can here out of the real estate they have.
Yeah, and I really feel like I just feel so bad for when teams lose that point, because they always get staggered off that spawn. And you saw, I think you saw Judge and Shortstop just jump off the map while the rest of the team got staggered right there. But Rip does get a pick on Ghostky, as well as Judge taking out Scorchy. So both teams are down a pick right now, or down a player. rather, and there we go. Osek kind of, you know, by himself on the left, trying to 1v1 a hog. That's not something you want to do at all, and he goes down to Judge right there. But Schick will take out Fortify. He's known to play a mean hog himself, and he does take out Judge as well. He's doing much better on the hog than he was on Tracer, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna see the side here of Endeavor now starting to look. There's a beat drop out of short stuff. As they're trying to hold on to this fast pit. We're going to see Rip pop that tack visor and get a kill. Big hook out of Judge as he takes out Schick. Then comes the grab. They're only going to get Fortify out of it as Judge stays alive. Proto pops his bomb. That's going to slow the push down for now. We're heading into the final 12 seconds. Silent and Rip are both going to get picks, but Goshki, who just switched back onto the Mercy, comes out with a red. Sek gets a pick though, and so does Schick. This might be working in Endeavor's favor now. Ozek gets the pick on the Goshki, and it's all Endeavor right now. But look what Fortify is. They can't find him. Schick's trying to chase him around the payload. He's still contesting. He's going to use his pulse bomb and then use his recall. He's still contesting the point. Him and short stuff are still alive. They haven't moved this payload, as it's just the time is not working out in their favor. We are going to see Judge coming back with this whole hog if he can get out of spawn here. Proto coming out with the Mercy in his pocket, trying to contest. They're really doing a great job of stalling. Ruthless Slayer's going to pop this tack visor, and it's going to work out perfectly as Diva's taking out a mech. We should see big value out of it. That's 3 picks, 4 picks, 5 picks in favor of Endeavor. Here comes the hog out of Judge. He's going to pop this whole hog, try to keep him alive. He's going to get dropped immediately. Just short stuff contesting. Endeavor's got to close out. Looks like they're gonna, and we're going to see overtime here on Gibraltar as both teams are going to have a little over a minute. Well, Endeavor's going to have a minute and a little over a minute for the side of Vengeance.
Yeah, wow, that was a crazy fight. They were like for so long there, and you know, that's kind of a stressful moment when they're like, oh guys, they're on point, gotta get them off point, we gotta focus up, right? And you know, your instinct is to go to the door and, you know, stop them from getting out, but you know, you gotta worry about that payload, right? So that's your main priority instead of stopping them from getting out the door. And you know, it was working out there a bit for Endeavor right there, and it definitely didn't enough, and they needed to cap it, and they did. And they came in clutch, and they do have 9 seconds less. It's, you know, 9 seconds is a lot of time. I mean, it gives you enough time to get on the point and, you know, contest a bit, and any time advantage is big, right? So, you know, I'm interested to see how Endeavor does on attack, again, against maybe a different comp. And do see Keith going on to Soldier this time, and Ghostkey sticking to the Ana this time,
yeah,
as well as Fortify going to hog.
The only thing I can think about those 9 seconds is that it might, depending how quick, if they don't win the first fight, if the side of Endeavor doesn't win the first fight, depending how quick they die, those 9 seconds might just be enough to throw a second push at it, or to have maybe Schick on the Tracer get there and force overtime, which would allow for Sek to jump in. It might just be enough to start a trickle, depending how quick they die, of course. And it looks like we are going to see Vengeance not do what they did last time and play too far pushed up and let themselves be the first pick. We are going to see Sek jump in now as they are going to go for this quick push. Smart play. Silent, they have a so we do have a Torbjorn. Now the judge didn't even notice that, as we are going to see his turret get taken down. He doesn't have a level 2 turret up, so that might be something to keep an eye on here. First pick, though, going as Schick takes out Keith, and exactly what the side of Endeavor needed. But Sek's going to get dropped, so they got to make a decision right now. Regroup or keep pushing, because in about 10 seconds, it's going to be too late to throw a second full push. Schick takes out short stuff, so I think we're going to see Endeavor keep going. Proto gets taken out of mech as Rip takes out Judge. These are big picks in favor of Endeavor, and it looks like they might be able to do this. Just go through the hog and the Torbjorn turret alive, as we do see Keith them just getting back. A pick there for Fortify as he takes out Rip the Slayer. Endeavor's got to be smart here, as they got to basically play this flawless if they want to keep this payload going. Fortify takes out Schick. That's going to be huge. Silent does drop Fortify. This payload might get capped. It's not going to get there right away. Not like it really matters. This is going to be last fight right here of the inside bit. That's going to tick for Judge as Osek takes out Keitham. Proto standing on the point on the Diva. Sek's trying to smack him off with his Primal Rage. But the side of Vengeance is not going to get off the point. Scorchy takes out Ghosty. Beat shot coming out of Silent. Here comes the Diva Bomb out of Proto. It's going to land right in the middle of Sek's bubble. Not going to get anybody. Fortify gets a hook on the Silent, though, as these picks are kind of going back and forth. Proto takes out Scorchy. Response being basically in favor of the side of Vengeance. It looks like Vengeance is going to hold it here, and they are.
Wow. Unbelievable defense right there. It's sad how they killed everyone, and the Torb too. And they just couldn't stagger Fortify. He got 2 picks on, I think on Silent and on, or not Silent, sorry, on Schick and Rip right there. And that really caused, you know, that lack of DPS right there. And they just couldn't kill the Diva that was contesting Proto, obviously, and Judge switching to Winston. So I don't know, you could call it luck, but that played out perfectly for Vengeance right there, and that's with that much time, 1 minute 9 seconds. I really feel like Vengeance can close this out. To my surprise, because I thought Endeavor was gonna win.
Well,
but, you know.
yeah, if you think about it, the push that Endeavor put together there took way more than 1 minute and 9 seconds, as it was about 20-second overtime. So really, if Endeavor does the same thing Vengeance just did, but stands a step further or a step closer, they can still win this map. This is. I wonder if we're going to see them elect to go for this first dive. It looks like they're going to be playing it slower. We're going to see Sec come out on the Rhine, which is something I've kind of wanted them to see out of them because they're not really running that main tank to counter him. It looks like we might actually finally be seeing a main tank out of them, as yeah, Judge is going to go onto the Lionheart here with the triple tank, as Fortify is going to be on this hog. But still, I like what we see here out of the side of Endeavor, is they definitely have a chance to win this. We're going to see Shit kind of going for maybe a cheeky pick here as he's standing on that bridge up top. A pick here when and he gets a hook onto the soldier and is going to take him out. That's going to be huge here as Endeavor can look to capitalize. Sec with a charge, does get some damage onto that hog. Hog lands a hook, but it's not going to matter. Scorch comes through with a huge bubble to keep him alive. But the payload is still rolling, and I think Endeavor's got to jump down on these guys and make them pay for being separated like this. Sec is going to go for the pinch. Here we go. They're coming in now. Lucio and Reinhardt. Judge Pins is going to get dropped, and this is huge for Endeavor. Endeavor's going to force almost a complete team wipe, and we're going to see the side of Vengeance coming out with a last push. I don't even know if they're all going to be together here. I think with 20 seconds we'll be able to, but Proto being low on HP, going to be a lot of pressure here on Goshki. He actually might be able to build this, he is probably going to build this nano. He's going to have a nano here, so this is going to be big for them. Might see them slap this on the Proto and really contest well. The side of Endeavor just needs to win this fight now. Proto standing on a point, fight being engaged. Seth's holding a little up. Here comes the pin. They're putting it on the Reinhardt instead. Judge is going to go in the server and swing, and he's going to take out Wispy, who is on the Mercy. Seth then drops as well. Schick is going to take Proto out of mech, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Wispy dying with 70 to that red is going to be huge. Schick takes out Fortify. Sacrificer coming out of Rip, trying to do as much damage as he can. Schick gets dropped in his whole hog. Scorchy trying to build that Graviton, just trying to contest. Silent behind them. Honda Lucio trying to stay alive. He's going to get dropped. Wispy comes in, but he doesn't have his res. And it's, just in time it's going to get there. We're going to see Sec trying to stay up. Bomb out of Proto. All going in favor of Vengeance. They're going to win map 1 on Gibraltar. And they're going to take a 1-0 lead in this series.
Wow, what a crazy fight right there. And, Vengeance really stepped up and showed that they are the better team. And, part of the reason is because of what you said the entire match. You've been saying it the entire match, and it's because they weren't running a main tank or like a main shield, and I really felt like that could have helped them. And the fact that they switched to Roadhogs maybe kind of too late, and there we go, Proto again. Just continuing to make a name for himself here as the Diva God. He's just doing so much work on Diva, and he did it against you guys, and now he's doing it against Endeavor. Excuse me, and he's really stepped up from this Vengeance team as the main player, and the MVP. I would give it to him again. He really did good, and Judge as well. They both did good, but very annoying character is Diva. I really hate her. She's so annoying, but really did step up.
Diva's Matrix might be the strongest ability in the game. I know Boomy and I just had had quite the talk about it after we lost to the side of Vengeance, and that ability might be the strongest. I mean, it just requires so much teamwork, and I think something that's really important to remember right now, in this league where we are, we saw maybe the craziest off week the craziest roster mania in the last off week that we've seen since probably Overguard Season 3. We've seen some of the craziest changes. So many teams are new. So many names are finally active and playing. We see a lot of really good players getting involved. The PlayStation 4 scene might be at the highest level it's been at in a long time, and because of that, we're seeing a lot of these new teams being formed. Diva is a character that a very experienced team has a much better job of taking advantage of, or exposing. But when you're kind of a new team, maybe communications just aren't as great, Diva can look lights out. So keep that in mind. nothing against Vengeance. Proto is one of the best divas I've ever seen, if not the best. And these guys are playing at a phenomenal level, and I think they've been grinding for a while. Obviously, Goshki, a new name, I think keeps them semi-new, but the core has been together for a while, and they've been getting better and better. So this diva is something that Premier League teams are going to have to worry about if they get in. And obviously, the only thing in their way right now is Nepal. If they can win Nepal, we will see them joining Outlaws in the Premier League.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, oh my god, I'm an idiot. It's a best of 3 series, right? Not a best of 5.
Yeah, it is best of 3. Obviously, Nepal being BO5, but the series best of 3. This one will end if the side of Vengeance takes this. I do like that we're seeing the Lionhearts out of both teams here. I'm looking forward to seeing this Lionheart battle. Judge, obviously a very good Lionheart. Sek gonna get a huge pin on the short stuff. He's gonna get chopped immediately by Frodo. So down to Lucio and down to Reinhardt respectively for these teams here. Let's see how this fight ensues. Judge is gonna miss a pin. Schick takes out Fortify. Scorch takes Frodo out of mech. Wispy's gonna drop the Keith, and again, these skirmishers are just getting to that Zenyatta of Wispy. Schick takes out Ghostby though, as Endeavor's still slaying out. Schick going off here as he takes Schick.
Wow.
Going off as he is just cleaning up. But again, I just think if you're the side of Endeavor, you might be better off getting off the Zenyatta.
Yeah, I mean, Fortify and keep them. Definitely 2 people you don't want on you 24/7. Any Genji and Tracer, right? It's really hard, and I had that personal experience as a Zen player myself. Dealing with those double flankers is annoying, and we're gonna see the fight initiate here. Both lines pin each other. Schick handles his 1v on Fortify. Judge does take a silent, but Sek will take out Judge though, and Schick. Pulse bombs Ghosty, gets to get him out of there. He doesn't have res though. He was close. He was 89%. Scorchy taking Proto out of mag, and he will go down as well as Rip taking out Keith, Wispy taking out Short, and without they will lose Osek though, but he'll be back with his hammer down as well. And a lot of ults at 80s for the side of Endeavor. Already, you see Osek at 95, Scorchy at 81, Rip at 90, Simon at 84, Wispy at 92. They're really, really close to ult, as well as Fortify, who has the Pulse Bomb, as well as Proto and Keith them, as well as Judge as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, respectfully, the side of Vengeance does have their ults ready as well. Fortify is going to lose his 1v pick, though, and that's going to be huge for the side of Endeavor. Pin here. Osek with a big smash, and here comes Rip picking up the kill on the Keys. This one looks like it's going all in favor of Endeavor. Rip pops that tack visor, does clean up short stuff. Schick takes out Judge, and Rip is really doing well right now, but Schick continuing to be maybe the best player in the map right now, as he's just cleaning up. Just popping off on this Tracer. And let's see if Vengeance can come together here. They have the ult available to do it. Keeping's going to need to get value on this game. These skirmishes. Oh, here comes a grab. I like this play out of Scorchy. We're going to see a pulse bomb into it. It's going to clean up 3 here. Wispy's going to pop that trance to keep his team alive. Proto's going to use his bomb. Might not have been necessary there, as the fight was definitely over, as all of these kills are going in favor of Endeavor. And I understand maybe why he's using actually the art late in the map. It looks like this one might be over here. Shortstop's going to not get to use that beat drop, not in time anyways. And actually it's going to help him contest. We're going to see that Nano get put on the Judge. He's going to come onto the point swinging. Can't get off the other side of Vengeance. Shortstop gets dropped. Judge, is he going to be able to get onto the point? Someone does touch it, but Judge is getting way down. On the other side, he was chasing someone to get a kill. And Endeavor is going to go up 1-0 in this map.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. Shakira Ricardo so strong on Tracer, and he really, really stepped up that game, or that round, and really, really went off. As you saw, he was just cleaning people up left, right, and center, getting so many picks. And, he's also handling Fortify. That's something you don't see a lot. The Tracer 1Vs, it's good to see them, and I really think Fortify had to step up. And as hard as it is to say this, I feel like Fortify is a one-trick Tracer, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, I know Fortify can play a good Hog, he can play a good Soldier, but his Tracer is on definitely a higher level, and he's getting a ton of value onto the Wispy on that Zen. And if they're not going to get off the Zen, don't get off the Tracer, because he is really making it difficult for them. So let's see if this pressure continues to come on the back line. Osek with a pin here. He's going to get a bubble too. As he puts a ton of damage right on the Proto, right off the rip. Keitham takes out Schick, but then Wispy takes out Judge, and Rip takes out Fortify. Keitham gets a second pick on the seconds. It's a 4v4 here on Pillars. Next pick, let's see who it goes in favor of, as we do see Scorchy get taken down low, but he's going to back up. Keitham does need healing, and it looks like on the side of Endeavor might be giving this one up. Never mind. They're going to come in now and jump the point. We are going to see Keitham drop to a Rip and the battle of the hit scans. And now Proto trying to stay in mech as he is one shot. Fight's going down here on point. Osek swinging that hammer, moving underneath. Wispy trying to frag out. He's going to get dropped by Fortify as he handles his 1v. Sek with a huge pin on the short stuff. Scorchy cleans up Fortify. We see this Judge go flying as Scorchy cleans him up. And Endeavor's going to get point control.
My ultimate is charged.
Yeah, definitely great job there by the 4 people that were still alive there. I'm pretty sure it was, second Scorchy, Wispy that did go down in that fight, and, Rip as well. They did really, really well to stay alive without their Tracer and their, the other, I'm not sure who else went down there, but really good job by them to stay alive. And as well as Shakira Kato just doing so much work in the back on Keith as well. He just took out Keith there, but Wispy does go down as well to, Fortify. As he said, he's continuing to lay that pressure on Wispy, but, I feel like it's the team now that really can't contribute, to the Zen going down as much as, Fortify. He's taking out, Wispy, but I feel like that's it. That's pretty much it. He's just taking out Wispy, and he's pretty much the only one he's annoying in this fight, and his team, they, in this round at least, they can't get anything going.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna see the side of Vengeance go straight to point and try to hold through. They have the ult available. Sek with a big pin, and Judge is gonna pin right off the map. Sek is asleep there, taking a nap, but Sheik's gonna take out Keith though. At the same time, Wispy falls off. We've had 2 people go off the map here, Judge and Wispy. Proto with the bomb isn't gonna get anybody. Here comes the pulse bomb out of the side of Fortify. It's not gonna get anybody. Here comes a grab. We're gonna see Schick chuck his bomb into there. He's not gonna get anyone as they were cleaned up before the bomb can explode. Beach up from out of silent, maybe a little late, but I mean, I am just trying to keep the guys alive. You want to win the fight, and now it looks like Endeavor is going to continue to hold this here. Vengeance looking to make probably their last push. They have that Earth Shatter. Judge got to stay alive, and silent with the World Star boop on the Judge. I know where he saw that. He's been watching some DSP Stanky, that's for sure. Fortify takes out Silent. Schick then takes Proto out of his neck. Rip takes out Keitham. Fight going down here on the point. Fortify takes out Rip, and Scorchy and Sek clean up. Wispy takes out Fortify. Sek gets dropped by Proto, but it's not going to matter as it's just Proto last alive. He's going to try to contest. Discord on him. Oh, big smash out of Judge is going to take out 1, 2. Going on to Scorchy. This might be flipped for the side of Vengeance. Rip trying to apply some pressure. Silent's going to get on, but it's too late. Vengeance takes the point, and Judge finally comes through with that Earth Shatter and gets a ton of value out of it.
Yeah, that was a huge shatter. I saw that coming a mile away. I'm like, thinking in my head, I'm like, oh my god, they're not going to see it. They're not going to see it. They're not going to see it. And it actually happened. And Proto was about to die there by Shakira Kato. Obviously, he was out of mech right there. But it's a huge pulse bomb on both supports. Huge play by Shik. Pulse bombing both supports, as well as Rip taking out Judge right there. And it looks like Keitham will go down as well. And just as soon as they took the point, Endeavor took it right back.
Yeah, and it looks like Endeavor might close this one out. So that gets Fortified with the fadeaway fire strike, and yeah, Endeavor's going to go up 2-0 here on Nepal as they look like a totally different team. Hopefully they don't do what the side of Sea Nein did and allow Vengeance to come back 3 maps in a row on King of the Hill.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see if we see any lineup changes here. We are going to see Rip move on to that McCree, Fortify switch onto the Soldier. Ghosty then onto the Zen. Interesting because Schick has been doing so much damage on that Tracer. He's actually going to switch right onto the Mercy, it looks like. Keep them on the Hog. Out of the side of Endeavor, no changes other than Rip. Stout Rip's going to elect to stay on the 76, so no changes for Endeavor. Why fix what's working? And out of the side of Vengeance, we're just going to see Fortify switch onto the Soldier and keep them onto the Genji. So let's see if these comps, these mix-ups can help them make this comeback happen. Judge is going to use his pin to get right up onto high ground early, and they're immediately going to have control up here. Sek's going to then go for a pin in. Not going to catch a bubble, as I think that was the plan. He's going to get melted by Proto. Probably got out of eyesight of Scorchy, so he went in really quick. Fortify is going to drop Schick as well, so this one's going in favor so far of Vengeance, and it looks like Endeavor is going to go for a quick reset. They might even be able to throw at this point before Vengeance can cap. depending how quick Vengeance moves towards the point. Here they all go now as they're moving to the point, and we're probably going to see Sec look to lead the charge out this door. Silent comes out, catches a bubble, and right then Judge gets dropped, so immediately Endeavor back in control here as they have the advantage. Now they're diving right onto point. Sec gets a kill onto Fortify. Rip takes out Ghost. This might be a really quick turnaround. It's going to be. Vengeance might only get this to about 12%, and that's exactly where they're going to get it. Oh, Proto does sneak in last second, going to allow his team to build some charge. Alexa tried to get out with his life, probably should have just died on point, got a couple more percentages. Guess it doesn't matter ultimately, as Endeavor takes the point back and Rip is in farm.
Yeah, I mean, that was, they got it, and they took it back as quickly as you pretty much could say. It was pretty much a quick time take there by, you know, the divest of dives. The diviest of dives, what am I saying? But, yeah, so you see Endeavor get right back on the point. Oh my god, he's so low. Judge goes down immediately. A shadow there by Osek, right? Yeah, a shadow there by Osek. We see, you know, so many picks from the side of, Endeavor, and they just, you know, I don't think the Genji Blade was needed at all, and he went down instantly right there, and Judge will also go down. They're just another full team wipe for the side of Endeavor, and, you know, now they have Pulse Bomb, Graviton combo, and that's something you have to be scared of, if you're Vengeance, right?
Yeah, short stuff closing in on his beat drop. Can time this beat drop right. Not the hardest thing to do for most Lucios, especially at this level. But they're going to go early before he can get it. I don't know if they knew how close he was. Maybe someone saw it in a kill cam recently, but they got it right before he could get it. And that's going to be huge for them. As short stuff just gets his beat drop now. But it's going to be a little too late. Fortify does have that tack visor, except for him to maybe get big value out of it, especially if they can get Sec out of position on the Rhyme. What I gotta say is it just doesn't seem like Proto's getting as much value on the D.Va here. Beat Drop coming out of Silent. Sec goes for a pin. Whiskey's gonna take out Judge as Endeavor staying aggressive. Proto gets taken out of Mech. He's gonna take out Wispy and take up two more with his bomb. I don't know if they knew where it was. They walked right out into it. Vengeance takes point control, and they might be winning this fight. We're gonna see Endeavor now move towards point. It's a Tracer and Baby D.Va versus Tracer and Lucio. Schick goes in big, takes out Baby D.Va. The side of Endeavor is going to bring their Lucio and Lionheart back, though. And I think they're going to hold on to this one. Kind of a gritted out fight and made it work. Pulse Bomb out of Schick almost gets keeped them. And then Judge takes out Silent. Beat Drop out of short stuff. Not sure if it was needed as the whole team wasn't engaged there. Probably could have held on to that. Scorchy is going to take out Goshki. Then we're going to see Proto take out Scorchy, Rip take out Judge. And kind of some weird trades going down here. If you're the side of Endeavor, you want to be careful not to stall here and allow them to build more percent by not throwing a clean team fight. We are going to see Proto get taken on a mech. That's going to be huge for the side of Endeavor. Just the Lucio there, shortstop on the point with Fortify. Earthshatter out of Sec. Going to take out Fortify. Lucio drops. Endeavor takes the point back, and Vengeance definitely only has one last push here.
Yeah, and we saw Mercy, Goski, he looked like he was thinking of going for the res, but he doesn't. He gets earth-shattered there by Osek and making sure to get rid of that Mercy as soon as he can. Or not earth-shattering, just like taking her out.
They gotta be careful here. This is last fight, and they have a ton of ults in their pocket. I mean, they're gonna have tack visor right now. This has got to get used. It's not gonna. And this is what I was worried about. Rez is here. Ungoshi just gets back in time. Beat Drop coming out of Silent. If Fortify times his tack visor, he's going to pop it now. Silent's going to take out one. Rip takes out two. Schick takes out another. Fortify takes out Silent. Then he takes out Scorchy. He's a fix they might be needing. Rip takes out Goshki, though. Proto, I think, and Fortify last alive. Got to clutch up. Rip the Slayer trying to do poke. It's not going to matter. Vengeance does take it back, and that's what I was worried about, not getting to use their ults. They were able to use them, and they were able to win the fight. And now with these teams coming back in here, Vengeance has a legitimate chance with their ultimates available to win this round.
Something you didn't notice there, but I don't know if you saw Scorchy, before he died, he used his ult, but Proto ate it. And, you know, that was just a wasted ult right there. He used it before he died, as well as it got eaten by Proto. But picks are coming in for the side of Endeavor. Never mind, as, you know, sorry, Rip goes down there by Keepdom. And, Silent does take Proto out of mech. That's a huge pick right there. Or, that's a huge thing right there, as Proto does so much work on, D.Va right there. And, I know, this is still gonna go to Endeavor, even though, you know, the picks are there.
We saw short stuff hang on to his beat drop after getting it, and he waited until, I mean, I'm sure he wasn't trying to, but both of his tanks died, and then he popped beat. You know, on last fight, maybe you let to use that a little bit earlier. Would have definitely been helpful for his tanks to have that extra HP. But nonetheless, great map there out of Endeavor as they're going to force map 3 here. As we're now going to a winner takes all, winner makes the Premier League. I believe we're going to, the map is going to be King's Row. So what better map than, the map that, the most basic map in the game, probably the most fair as everyone likes to consider it, everyone's favorite map. We're going to head to King's Row. I gotta say, this is definitely a diva map. But with that being said, Sea Nein capped on Vengeance with about 3 minutes left and then held them in the streets on King's Row earlier. So if history repeats itself, we'll see Endeavor in there. If Vengeance can flip the script, we'll see them make the league. All I know is it's going to be a really good map here.
Yeah, I really want to see Proto do good on the diva pick. It's not that often that you see diva be so used at a high level right now, and Proto is just is just taking that like off meta hero and maybe starting to turn it in as we saw Boomy from Sea Nein going diva, and it didn't really work out. They still fell short of the victory, but it's starting to become a thing. Like, okay, diva is more of a character that could be looked at as someone that's viable in this meta, right? Against with all these Winston dive comps and Reinhardt, Hog, and Zarya. Now you can think of Reinhardt, Diva, Zarya maybe, or Zarya or Zarya. I don't know, some crazy comp with Diva, right? And it's starting to work now. And then it's this one guy, Proto, that's just making it a reality.
Well, yeah, we've seen the Koreans run her in the dive comp a lot. A lot of people call it the Korean dive comp. Or they'll run the Winston and the Diva, and then they'll run the skirmishers along with like a Zen Lucio. And it works really well because Diva can obviously be extremely mobile, can cover with her burners, can cover short distances in a really quick amount of time, and she can take a ton of damage, obviously, with that Matrix. But Proto being able to use it not just in the dive comp, but in every comp, I'm sure we've all played with a Diva main in comp that was just a feeding Diva, but Proto avoids feeding, manages to get a lot of utility out of that Matrix, and it puts a ton of pressure on other teams to kill her quick, because with the amount of mercies being run, Proto can really chase them around, while at the same time protecting his backliners. This is going to be interesting to see what Vengeance can do out of the side of Endeavor. We're going to see a triple tank here with an Ana. I like the Ana pick. I think that's going to be huge for them. Doesn't look like we're actually going to see any skirmishers for Vengeance, but still, the Ana with this triple tank is going to be clutch. And Rip's going to have to continue to get a ton of value out of that soldier. Obviously, with the Diva Matrix, it's hard. But if he can get value, he can make this work. Judge, a super aggressive Reinhardt. Look for him here to look for maybe a pin right off this Rip. He's going to probably catch a bubble from Fortify. Actually, bubble's put right onto Proto, so they're not going to have it here. Judge starting to make his way towards point. Gotta assume he's gonna hit a pin here pretty quick. Zek's actually gonna be the aggressor as he lands a pin, and the fight's starting to engage. Shift going around the back, trying to land a hook, and Judge comes flying across the point. Silent behind the enemy lines on the Lucio is gonna get dropped, maybe a little too far up. Judge takes out Sec. Scorch is gonna take Proto out of mech. Both Zarya is glowing. Proto, baby Proto takes shit out on the Hog, and then takes out Wispy, a two-piece here for baby Proto, as he's getting pocketed by Goshki, and this one's going in favor of Vengeance.
Yeah, they took the point in, like 30 seconds, 45 seconds? Maybe a minute?
52 seconds.
Wow. Very, very strong offense, obviously, from Vengeance, and they come flying with colors, and they, just steamroll on offense, as you saw. Keith does get a bit overextended while silent there on the Lucio, and that really did help out the fight, as that was one of their main healers. That was their one of their healers there, and that really just triggered that whole chain of events. But no one's on the point right now. I think they started to realize that now. They're backing up. Proto started eating that high noon right now from. Oh no, sorry, not Proto. That was Keith's ult right there. Keith's high noon doesn't get anyone though, and Schick will take him out. So attack visor coming out from Rip the Slayer, as well as grab coming out from Scorchy. So a lot of ults being used. Rez coming out from Ghosty, so his whole team is back in it. A counter grab and a Diva bomb. Here he is. You're gonna see the block. No, blocked there by Osek. Great job there. Is also nanoed. Getting a lot of damage on these guys, as well as hitting short stuff and taking out Goski as well. And I think Proto's gonna get away with this with barely any health. And yeah, he will. With barely any health, Proto gets away, and Endeavor will hold down.
Yeah, we are gonna see Endeavor hold off that point there, and we're gonna see Vengeance come back right away. They do have this beat drop here and almost right an Earth Shatter, whereas the side of Vengeance has literally no ults available, and the closest is Sec to beat. Judge though gets purpled, and he's gonna get melted again. Maybe being a little too over aggressive here, and now Scorchy with a full glowing is trying to keep his team alive. Fortify is gonna get smashed down by Sec. Schick helps clean it up. Proto takes out Whisper. That's the only pick. And now he's in the back line. He's going to get taken out as well. And Endeavor looking strong there. Not really worried about not having any ultimate. Short stuff, again, wasn't able to get an opportunity to use that beat drop. Maybe being a little too passive on it. We've seen that be a reoccurring thing so far tonight. As that beat drop's not getting used in time to keep his tanks alive. We're now going to see these teams push back onto this point. Judge has his Earth Shatter. He's got to stay alive so he can use it, though. We've also seen him lower his shield, get purpled, and get melted. So it's going to be really interesting to see if these ults can get value here on this fight. Seth now looking to engage. In comes the Graviton out of Scorchy. No real follow-up as Whiskey's going to get dropped by a pin. Judge is going to get another one. He takes out Rip. Then we're going to see Proto take out Silent. Fortify. It's going to be a full team win here for the side of Vengeance, as they're without a doubt going to cap Streets phase and head into final point here on King's Row.
Yeah, they have so much time with like 3 minutes, and they're, obviously going to cap this. There's no way that Endeavor can get back, and they're already regrouping. But something to notice was Whiskey was so close to Nano, and if he got it, he probably would have used it that fight on Osek, and they might have had a chance right there to give it. It was at 95, I think, and that just wasn't there. Unfortunate there for Whiskey, but as Proto, being annoying as he is on that one, not annoying hero, Diva sitting up top, just shooting down Hellfire, Diva just plopping the bomb and not getting anyone, but just, dispersing the team. I really think that's what Diva does. Her all, disperses the whole team that's grouped up, and that's so good. And now you see, the picks are starting to come in, but they are, left, right. Never mind. Maybe Endeavor's starting to pull this back. Yeah, Osek's going crazy on the Reinhardt, but, definitely, that all, it just, scares so many people. You don't want to be too close, so you run away from it, right? It's an instinct. And, it's good to do that if it doesn't get any kills, obviously, as well. So, yeah, Endeavor having to, pull something out of their sleeve does hold back Vengeance for now. And, Earthshatter, they're coming from Judge.
We're going to see Hein Gunjar to keep him. Seth's eyeing him down here with the Reinhardt. He's going to go for the pin. He's not going to get him as short stuff is going to boot Whiskey Sunny Pines off. Fight going down. That's 2 picks now in favor of the side. 4 picks in favor of Vengeance. As we do see Rip take Proto out of mech, but it looks like this payload's going to keep rolling. And Vengeance has a ton of time to play with here. We have a ton of ults available for the side of Endeavor. Scorchy's going to pop that grab, but there's no one there to follow. Whiskey picks up 2 with the grenade. Judge is going to take out Whiskey, but it's not going to matter as Schick cleans it up. Sec takes out Judge. Whiskey hits a Kobe grenade into the Graviton and takes out 2 people as they were very low HP. Great stuff there out of Endeavor as they're going to continue to hold on. And Vengeance only having this res available. They are going to have beat drop as well, closing in on all of their ults, really. But this is looking like it's going to come right down to the wire. Sec going for a pin here. We're going to see him hold on. They're fighting head-to-head onto this point. Schick putting out some pressure on the backliners. He's going to flop around. Oh, Judge with a big pin on the Sec, pinning him into that back room. We're going to see a beat drop out of short stuff. This one's going to be in time to keep his team alive. Fortify gets a pick. Keep them gets a pick. Oh, big Earth Shatter out of second. But it's not going to matter. They couldn't get back to the point in time. And Vengeance is going to cap with a little over 2 minutes left. Very impressive time there as a lot of pressure here on Endeavor to keep